Hello everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are live, or at least we should be. Let's see. I always start the stream just a little bit earlier, just in case I need to set up some things. Also, just in case some of you are waiting. Obviously, we will only start at the scheduled time of 11:30. Let's take these 5 minutes to breathe and become one with the elements and reminisce on what a great I should lie. what an enjoyable experience Prophecy of the Throne has been. I think that's reasonable, enjoyable. It's a nice word. Not too much emotional commitment. It's just enjoyable. I wouldn't say great, I wouldn't say masterpiece, but it's been enjoyable. Something that I've enjoyed playing. And from everything that I saw last gaming session, we should be in the end game. We should be able to finish the game today with a few more hours of gameplay. I'm excited for that. I'm excited to see how this ends. I think the initial mission of just getting to know these characters before they were properly, or I shouldn't say introduced, but let's say reintroduced in Arc 10. I think I've already achieved that goal. I've gotten to see a very different side to a lot of these characters. I will be especially suspicious towards Sakura now. I think that's a given, right? Seeing as she's ended up as the de facto main villain of this game. Obviously not counting Capella, who is the grand master schemer behind all of this. Also, in the previous stream, I think the previous episode, the Season 4 episode, was just so convenient in its timing, because previous stream, somebody was telling me that the fact that Capella was an archbishop, or should I say, the fact that Capella was mother was a bit of a spoiler for anime onlys, but it no longer is. What a great episode, by the way. Season 4 is popping off. I like how anime onlys are so confused, and it reminds me of how I was when reading Arc 6 for the first time, especially because at the time that I was reading Arc 6, I was still keeping up with the Yan Press releases. Yes, I know, very dumb choice looking back, but whatever. I really like collecting physical books, and I really just don't like reading on my computer. So yeah, just a thing that I think I was a bit too attached to the official translation for a bit too long, but we have gone past that mental illness now. But either way, I remember like reading each volume, and there was like a few months in between each one, and I just got so engrossed and so just confused and just waiting for the next fix, right? Because Arc 6 is just so compelling. You're just reading it, and it's so confusing, and much more so than any Rezero arc usually is. So usually how Rezero starts in terms of tropes or whatever is you put Subaru in a very complex, overwhelming situation where he's very confused and he knows nothing, and slowly he unveils the mysteries and gets going, right? I think Arc 4, for example, Season 2 for anime onlys, I think Arc 4 is a very good example of this, and I think Arc 6 just takes that to the next level, where, like I mentioned in the episode review, there's an information gap between what you, the viewer, know and what current Subaru knows. But even then, that's not the full piece of the puzzle, right? We are both confused, just in different ways, which is just a fascinating experience, even at a meta level. Just incredible. Sup, Bubba? What's up, Luffy? I'm still confused. Yeah, Luffy, that is right. There are some things in Arc 6 which I don't want to get into, obviously, to avoid spoilers for anime onlys, but there are some things in Arc 6 which have never actually been answered. I do have my theories regarding a lot of them, but, you know, I'm hoping that we get an official explanation. That would be good. That would be ideal. Let's see if I can put my chat here on the phone. As usual, it's just more convenient for me to look straight ahead instead of look to the side. Just going to pause the video. Okay, live chat, pop out. Okay, this is good. And yeah, 1 minute remaining. As soon as we get to 30, I will be going into Prophecy of the Throne, and I think we can finish today. I'm pretty sure we can finish today. The game seemed to be on its last legs. We gathered everybody, we got all the secrets, we spilled the secrets to everybody in front of all the royal candidates and all the bigwigs. So now all we have to do is fight Sakura and beat the church's ass, which is a lovely thing to do. Either way, it is now 11:30. Let's start. Load game. I'm excited. Hold on. So 15 hours, 16 minutes, 17 minutes. I think this is pretty much the same, no? Yeah, let's go. Yeah, but I will be honest. I tend to sort of try to avoid getting overly excited because of leaks and all that, because I think the inverse is also true. I think a lot of times I've seen people just doom something and say it's not going to be good, and then my opinion ends up diverging from that, right? So I usually try to stay relatively calm in a state of nirvana and just take leaks and opinions of other people as it's just sort of a nice fact that I look at, but not something that I engage with emotionally. But yeah, I think next episode is going to be good, even if just because I think the season has been very, very good for my standards. And I think the core finale to sort of give the big cliffhanger before the second half of the season, I think they have all the motivation to make it a good one. So I'm very excited for it. So let's go. The morning sun is almost painfully bright on the day of the battle. Oh, yeah. I like how before the big battle we still go to see Kadamon, our Apple bro, always with us until the very end. Throughout all the loops, I think that Subaru has given a lot of business to Kadamon. In fact, wasn't this the loop we didn't reset after that, right? Where Rem and Emilia literally just sold the entire store, just sold all the merchandise. This guy Kadamon, he should be thanking us because he made a lot of money off of us. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So this was not reset. I will be honest, because I'm playing this game during the night and whatnot. Some things get sort of lost in my mind as to where we actually are on the timeline. But I think that's true for just ReZero in general, right? I think some people get confused, which is why those posts of the canon ReZero timeline are so popular, because at the end of the day, people want to know, okay, so what actually happened from the canonical timeline perspective? Yeah, they have a lot of ass to beat today. They can't be selling apples. He's a regular customer, Subaru. I don't know if this could be called a friendship, but it's cute. It's definitely cute. In fact, I think this game does a very good job at establishing this very comedic but wholesome relationship between Subaru and Kadomon. I don't think this is very much explored in the anime or the novel for that matter. I'm sure somebody will say in the chat that there's like some obscure light novel, or should I say side story, where this is better explored, but you know, there's a million side stories in ReZero. At some point, like, we need to start putting stuff in the canon, right? Who else had Subaru barking? How's this game been? I've only heard bad things about it. So the bad things you've heard are probably true. So if I had to summarize it, Luffy, the gameplay isn't good. I'll just put it that way. But the story, after taking a bit to ramp up, it became interesting. That's probably the best way to put it. I think the beginning half was a bit, okay, what is happening here? But the later half has been significantly better, and I think this last loop shows some promise. The previous loop, in case you missed it, we had one of the creepiest, most disturbing endings in all of ReZero, and this is coming from a novel reader, where Subaru just got blown up from the inside due to bugs exploding his stomach, which is, ugh, just disturbing. But yeah, I think the story is fun-ish, especially the later half. As a game, I would probably not buy this or recommend from a gameplay experience. That's all I'll say. Also, for those of you that are here, I guess I'll make the big announcement. Not big announcement, but whatever. I think I've mentioned this before, where I am thinking of making a sort of like Prophecy of the Throne ReZero compilation at the end of all the streams. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I think the realistic option is probably I'm just going to do a voiceover over bits of the game and summarize the story and whatnot for everybody who missed it, because this is a lot of hours of streams and content, right? And I think the game can be accurately summarized in a relatively short time. We don't need so many hours, right? This game does have a lot of filler, just like all visual novels do, to be fair. And yeah, I think I'm gonna do probably a voiceover, because I cannot see myself editing over 20 hours of footage, just cutting down the best bits. That is just not happening. That's not something I I want to take time into. They're so cute. And by they, I mean Subaru and Kadoman, obviously. Now, I want to put a poll in the chat, because I think, seeing as this is the last loop, I think it's pretty fair to assume that either Betelgeuse isn't going to come back, or it's just something that is unaddressed for now. I think it's also pretty fair to assume that we are not going to see the white whale. So I'm going to ask the very important question. I'm going to start a poll. And I want to see what you guys think. Wait, you can't hear the game audio? Hold on. Thanks for letting me know. Hold on. Oh, it was muted. So sorry. I hope you guys are hearing it now. Yeah, the Aura Monster situation was the worst one. Where the expectations and the reality was just way overblown, right? But in my mind, that was always a sort of inside joke, so I do have a bit of tolerance towards it. But yeah, the Aura Monster thing got way out of control. Okay, I hope you guys are hearing the game audio right now. Okay, we can hear now. Okay, perfect. Thanks for letting me know, Krat. Thank you. Okay, let's go. I'm actually curious as to how they're going to do this sort of last bit of the game. If it's going to be like gameplay intensive, or if we're just like light novel only from this point forward, if it's just going to be text, right? I'm very curious. Or if it's just going to be some decisions or whatever. I mean, I've missed all of the optional items that I should be able to get, so I have no decisions to make in this game. This is probably Sakura's point of view. No, this seems more like Melty's voice, no? Yeah, this is Melty. Interesting, very interesting. And Evil Eye Tribe was near Wallachia, right? Like, from a lore perspective, I will say this is very interesting. From a writing perspective, it's kind of a cop-out to have evil eyes pretty much be whatever the author decides them to be, right? There's no like sort of theme, and once again, I don't want to go too much into like Wallachia and whatever, but there are certain clans, like let's just take what we know from the anime, right? So there are certain races and clans, like the giants are big, like Rom, right? The Onis have the sort of horn or horns. They should have two. It's just that Rem and Ram are twins, right? So they only each have one. But the Onis have horns, and they have enhanced physical strength, and they have more magic ability, and they have this sort of more feral power, right? Each clan and tribe has sort of their own thing, right? For example, Garfield, because he's part cat, he can smell better and has more physical strength as well. The evil eyes are pretty much just whatever. Just it can be anything, whatever the author decides to write into the story, which once again, from a lore perspective, is cool and does show why they are so feared, but from like a meta writing perspective, it's kind of lazy. Anyway, let's not put any nitpicks.
The evil eye of calamity. Interesting. Indoctrination. But why would indoctrination make them all pass out? That seems excessive. We still don't know, by the way, why Salem is Wolf. We still don't know if that's a split personality, if he's possessed by somebody or something, if he just decides to be fat. She has a very sad backstory, Melty does. Ah, I see. That's why they all passed out. Okay. Ah, interesting. They were all good to her, not because of... Yeah, this is like the sort of fictional version of the thing of you being a hot girl and you don't know if people are kind towards you because you're hot or if it's just you, or you being rich or whatever, right? You never know if people are being genuine or if they want something from you, or in this case, if they're being manipulated by the evil eye. Very, very interesting. Once again, I like the writing, especially for the later half of the game. I really like Melty as a character. I think it's interesting. Let's see how she is reintroduced into the Rezero canon in Arc 10, but yeah, I really enjoy this. It's just the gameplay, that's what it is. Melty being imprisoned and having this sort of overly protective brother also reminds me of Daemons of the Shadow Realm, in case anybody is watching that. It's coming out right now, it's airing this season alongside Rezero. Yomi no Tsugai, I think that's the Japanese name. It's pretty fun. It's from the same author as Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and it's very fun. This is such a mind bend, right? Which is why I think Tiga should tell her that he's unaffected by it, because she will know the connection is genuine. Is this Tiga? From the voice it sounds like Tiga. Also, imagine being Salem, like your evil eye is just slurping mana from other people, just giving the slurp, and then Melty is just, she can manipulate everybody. It's like, that was odd. I got the short end of the stick there. Let me just close the poll here. Yeah, I think everybody voted no. Nobody likes Puck in this chat. That's actually so funny. No one, not a single person voted yes. I'll keep the poll open until the end of the stream. Let's see if somebody votes yes. Let's see if somebody has hopes for Puck. Maybe one person will do. Yeah, the visual novels do have a lot of excessive filler and slice of life. Like saying excessive is a tricky word because it is part of how you get to know the characters, right? I think anybody that has played a visual novel has a much more intimate connection with many of the cast than if you just watch the anime, right? I think, for example, the slice of life portions in Danganronpa are very important for you to connect with the characters and whatnot. But in terms of, you know, the actual story, as in this happened and then this happened, yeah, the important bits can be a bit scattered in between a lot of non-eventful stuff. And, you know, I love Fate Stay Night, which I played a few years ago, but yeah, it can be a lot until something happens in that game. They actually did a great job with Tiga's voice. I immediately knew it was him, but that he was also a child. He sounds younger, so shout out to the voice actor. Traveling entertainers. Huh. Tiga also has a sort of mysterious past. Is Tiga already under mother's control at this point in the story? This is all very interesting. She wants a friend. A very lonely backstory, almost reminiscent of Emilia as well. Once again, I said that Amelty was very Emilia-coded. They seem to have a lot of things in similar. Whoa, for kids this is kind of a bit finger on her lips. Wow. Tiga was a player from day one. What is happening? Brother, aren't you like 10 or whatever? What are you saying, man? This is something that I think is more prevalent in Japanese stories, and maybe I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in Western stories you don't have this as much of like the childhood friend of like saying, oh, I love you, and then when they were like little children, and then it actually becomes a thing. I feel like that just doesn't happen in Western stories, and maybe this is a cultural difference between the two types of stories. I don't know, let me know if I'm wrong, but at least from what I understand and from what I've read and watched, I don't think this is common at all in Western stories. And if it is, it's like the trope of the book, right? It's the main draw of the book, but I don't think it's common to see in just random stories. I mean, meanwhile, in Japan, maybe it's just anime. Maybe this does not happen in actual novels at all, but in anime, this like sort of childhood I love you or never let you go trope or whatever, this is very, very common. Maybe I watch too much anime. You guys tell me. Do you think, hey Anthony, do you think you will cry when you watch episode 11? I don't know, and if I do cry, I will not put it on YouTube, because of course not. Why would I show that on YouTube? You know, I can show feelings. I don't know. The thing is, so just as an aside on that, I mentioned early on that I wasn't going to be reacting to Rezero episodes, and I'm still a bit hesitant about doing it. And the thing is, like, my reactions, I don't really react like most other reactors do. If you guys just count up the minutes of footage that I show very little actually, because I'm just vibing through most of the episode, and I usually just pause or add something that I either think it's interesting and add something to the viewer, or some tidbit from the novel that was cut. That's usually how I react, and I just give you the highlights besides that. But the thing is, it sort of made the experience a bit different. Not too much like I feared, but having a camera recording me while I watch the episode does make me enjoy the episode in a slightly different way. So it's one of those things where maybe I could cry. I got very emotional reading volume 23. That's all I'll say. I read it a few nights ago in its entirety. I just binged the entire thing, and I got very emotional. But knowing that there's a camera on my face, I don't think I will cry. So that's probably the most honest thing that I can tell you. Who do you think is better, Emilia or Rem? I mean, depends on what you mean by better, right? I think in terms of ending up with Subaru, I think it makes narratively more sense for it to be Emilia. But I think there's a lot that I want to say about Rem, but most of that has to do with novel spoilers, so I can't. There's a lot that I want to say about Rem, and one day I will make a video about Rem, if I have the patience to endure the absolute crapshoot that will be the comment section, because people get very, very mad at those videos and whenever I express an opinion about Rem and Emilia. But yeah, one day I'll make a video condensing my thoughts on that. But as far as who should end up with Subaru, I think Emilia makes more sense, just from a narrative perspective. What's up, Ethan? Yeah, Laser, glad to know I'm not the only one. I think it's a very common Japanese trope. It's one of those things that I watch so much anime that it's sort of become standard for me. But if I step back and think about it, it's not really something common besides an anime. Like, I don't see it in any mainstream movie or series or book. Not that I read a lot of mainstream books or whatever, but I don't know. It's just something that seems very Japanese coded.
男の子はそう言って物心ついた頃から家族がいなくて男の子は話し上手で
こいつは
小屋に顔を出した思わず私が
どうもはじめまして
See guys, this right here is game. You likely have less game than a child. That's how dire things are, okay? If you want to get the sister, you actually have to seduce the brother. Unk tells you this, okay? Unk is giving you the life tips. You won't get these tips anywhere else, okay guys? Just start writing them down, okay? The funny thing is I'm kind of joking, but I'm kind of not.
そうか T が
Okay, so canonically they look nothing alike. That's good, because I also thought their character designs looked nothing alike.
話の途中
Which reminds me that it's still strange to me that Julius and Anastasia have both purple hair. I thought they were brother and sister initially.
自分が名乗ってもいなかったことに気づいたね
そっか俺はあんたの妹のメルの友達だよ
See, and this is the thing, even in childhood, like, children seem so dramatic in Japanese stories. Like, what do you mean, I will never leave her alone, I will stay by her side and protect her? Like, what child speaks like this? Is it maybe it's just how I grew up, but in primary school where I lived, nobody spoke like this.
切れたやつだな
育ての親の座長に言われてるんだ一番大事な俺は
To be fair, Tiga does sound like a very precocious child that grew up in an environment that made him grow up faster. Sure, but still, my point stands.
そうかそうかよ
そうかい
お兄ちゃんの言葉にその手は
Thank you, Baba. Yeah, episode 3 was a blast to react, to be honest. Like, the entire reaction thing started because of episode 3, and spoilers, it was going to be like a one episode thing. I wanted to react to episode 3 specifically because I knew it was just going to be pure carnage, and I just wanted to get my live reaction because I thought it would be funny. But you guys seem to really enjoy reaction content. It's something I noticed on YouTube, despite my personal resistance to it for a lot of reasons. People just love React content, and it just got more views, and it seemed to be a more enjoyable experience for you guys. So I just thought, okay, let's just do this every week then and see how it does. Once again, I still don't think I post like reactions as in like showing the entire episode or whatever, or even most of it. I cut out most of it to, you know, avoid copyright issues. And Kadokawa did give me a few copyright notices, which were not pleasant. So I tried to avoid them as much as possible. But yeah, I think at least for episodes of like my main bread and butter, like Rezero, I will probably continue the reactions when the second course starts. But as far as, you know, just reacting to the average seasonal slop, I don't think that will be happening. Even just for time reasons, I just simply don't have the time or dedication to record and edit those videos if it's not Rezero or a series that I truly love, right?
祈りを捧げていると私の魔眼が人を私が私との約束を守る育ての親
There's an interesting detail here, and I don't want to talk too much about this because maybe it goes into spoilers, but notice how Capella's authority can change the body, so therefore it can change the brain, but it does not affect memories. It seems like memories in the ReZero universe are linked to the soul, right? That's an important detail to notice. I don't want to talk any more about this because I may be getting into spoiler territory, and but yeah, that's a very interesting thing, that the ReZero universe has a lot of quirks like that, like specific things that the author really goes for, and that is one of them, that there's like a sort of core of the person. The memories don't necessarily make the person, and that the memories are something that belongs to the soul. The lived experience is something that is almost recorded on the soul and not the body. Because if you think about it from a purely just rational perspective, if Capella can just change your form and turn you into a frog or whatever, your brain changes, all your memories should be gone, right? So, but yeah, that it doesn't happen like that. Like in the previous episode, for example, from a scientific standpoint. And once again, I know I'm just being silly because this is all magic and stuff, right? But from a scientific standpoint, if Meili is turned into a frog and then turned back into Meili, I don't think she should remember that because, you know, the brain chemistry is fundamentally different or whatever. But you guys get what I'm saying, hopefully. This is not just a midnight rambling.
あの日、私の魔眼がティーガをたぶらかして、ティーガの本当の願いを、私。
何がひどい。おいおい、今朝もメルは元気だな。
Which is why I think Tiga, for being such a socially aware person, I think he should just tell Melty that he's immune to magic or whatever he said in the previous stream, because I think that he's intelligent and socially savvy enough to know that Melty likely feels bad because she thinks she's manipulating Tiga, right? So him wanting to save that information for now, I think, is just hurting Melty more in the long run, which feels like it doesn't fit his character. So that's an interesting thing. I am pretty sure that we're going to have a very wholesome scene between these two in a short while, but still, from a character perspective, I think as a friend, it would be better for him to just tell her. But yeah.
シュンとした顔するなよ、メル。
私に期待してくれてる人なんて。
メル。これ。
あら。
sakura.
These interactions are just so different now because now we know that Sakura is the baddie, so there's such an air of eeriness now.
あらあら。私気が弱いからとっても怖いですし、それに普段から仲良くしておかん。そうなって困ったことにな。そうなって困るのはあなたの。ティーガ。
メル。だけど。
私は大丈夫だから。ね。
I almost want to reread Arc 10 from the very beginning, now that I've played this game, to be honest, just to sort of pick up on more stuff. I'll probably do that later, though. I think we're still only like 1.5 volumes deep, so I think maybe I could read it later.
それで、そうですね。スバルさん、なんとなくですが。
I sense something strange. He knows the plot. He has plot armor.
お屋敷に潜ませた子を見つけたの。だから先日ちょうどいいと思って夜の盗賊団を見つけてみたんですが。
She was the one who sent the Dusk Bandits? She sent the Dusk Bandits. So in the original timeline, she sent the Dusk Bandits against a crew that had Amelia, Rem, and London Otto, the man with the shank. I think Sakura's just a poor planner, man. She's just not very smart. I don't know what to tell you. Some villains are evil, and some are smart, and some are both, and some are just evil and not smart.
あの場には俺たちだけじゃなく、スバルの護衛のレムさんや俺たちの存在と無関係に連中じゃ歯が立つ。
ですから。ティーガ。
なんでもない。
Oh, so he was punished with the bug, so boy.
今の話を
The bug thing is just so disgusting. It's not just so much the visceral pain of it, right? Because we've had some very gruesome endings in Rezero. It's just, I think, inherently disgusting. There's a certain yuckiness about bugs that is just hard to describe. Do you think we'll get a backstory of events? Dude, Jakuna, if Tape puts the events from 400 years ago in a side story, I will literally rage quit. It's just, please no, there's no way, right? I think there's no way. I think he may put some, like, accessory stuff in side stories, but no way he puts the main juice of 400 years ago in a side story. That's just impossible, man. I just do not believe that. Laser, you have a strange taste for women, man. Yeah, but then again, for example, in stories like Romeo and Juliet, right? Luffy, like I said, that's like sort of the main driver of that story. It's like one of the main tropes. I just think that in usual stories, right, as a sort of thing that's just included in, is just much less common. Yeah, Jacona, I agree, because I hate Tiga in the novel, and I actually surprised you guys when I said this, because some of you guys knew Tiga only from the game, and you quite like Tiga, so that's why. Can Capella change her gender? I mean, yeah. If we know what we know about her powers, then we should believe that she should be able to change genders. There's a chance she's not even a woman. Think about that, all you freaks that want to get with her. Or maybe that even turns you on. That turns you on even more. How similar is Arc 10 to the game? Without spoiling much, I'll say probably not at all. Not similar at all. I think that the characters are the same, but the way they were introduced and the interactions we've had with them are just very, very different. Which is why I got confused with some things. Oh, by the way, we have the poll at 88%. So at least one person believes in Puck, which is wonderful. Somebody believes in Puck. I'm not sure who, but somebody. Not me though.
俺にとって一
そうでとはいえですから今日はおとなしく票集め
Interesting, they're mentioning votes. And this is a legit criticism that is very present in Arc 10 as well. Like, for all of the talk about the royal selection, we still don't know what the F is a royal selection, right? Is it a vote? Is it a democratic vote? Is it a battle royale? Is it a meritocracy? Like, what is it, right? Is it just a trial where they put all of the candidates in and just hope for the best? Like, interesting they're mentioning about gathering votes, because we still don't know, and which is why some of the things feel like they have less stakes, because we don't actually know the rules of the game, so it's hard to get invested in some plot points, like this for example, but it's interesting they're mentioning votes with the higher-ups. Very interesting. And that's a screenshot.
桜やめろ。
たまにこうして怯えさせてあげないとあなたたちも勘違いしてしまうでしょ
I wonder if Sakura is from Wallachia as well.
私が優しい
Or she's from Lugunica.
思いやりあふれる素敵で美人な桜お姉さんそれとそろそろ食事の時間
Ugh. And being fed through bugs is such a messed up thing to write, man. Tape is a freak. I love him, but he's a freak.
まあまあそう言わずにメルティちゃんに万一があったら
メル、そんな話を聞
The
くこと
thing is, I don't want to sound like a Tumblr post, but hurt people hurt people. And it's clear that Sakura hurt Smelty because Mother hurt her, right? This was so trite to say, but just I had to say it because it's just plainly obvious, right? Obviously, some people like Elsa, for example, even if they were hurt by Mother, they were just messed up from the beginning, right? I think it's pretty clear that Elsa was always going to be a psychopath no matter what. We still don't know much about Sakura, if she was molded into this or if this is her original personality.
メル。
ほらほらティーガちゃんはそれ誰か来たみ鈍い子ですね
失礼いたします。メルティプリスティス様と
Interesting.
王女の使いです。
Are they going to draw them in into the castle? That would be interesting.
ですので申し訳ありませんがご同行いただければ
Wait, hold on. Isn't this Subaru's voice? This is Subaru's voice, no?
こっちにも予定があります
では他の候補者の
He's such a little brat. Yeah, I think it's Subaru.
失礼しました。ただ延期という形ではありますが
Yeah, this is Subaru's voice, right? I'm not mishearing things.
そんな状況下でつい口を挟んでしまう。
面白い
だが一メルのためにも
そうしたらさっきの
八つ当たりはよしてくれ。
は、ありがとうございます。
Interesting. Where is Subaru taking them? Once again, and I think some of you guys mentioned this in the previous stream, like Sakura is scary from like a torturous psychological perspective. As a villain in terms of combat power, she doesn't seem to be too strong, so I don't think the final battle will be too epic in that sense, like the final clash between Garfield and Elsa, for example. I think Sakura is much more, you know, lower on the totem pole of the power tiers of ReZero.
それにして
妙って。
当然予定になかったこの呼び出しです。正確にはメルティその知らせがなかったなんて。
Oh, Rickert is being manipulated. Interesting. Right. He was at the church. I mean, the thing is, it's hard to know which characters are being manipulated and which characters are just, you know, preferential towards the church and very racist towards Emilia. By the way, just take a look at Melty. Tiga said she was fat, just so you know.
もしかしたらまた改めてメルティなんてね。だって困りますもんね。そんなこと。
Interesting. Is this a common occurrence or something that happened in the past? Can people get out of the indoctrination of the evil eye?
メルティちゃんが普通の女だってメルティちゃんって絶望的なくらい人間不信じゃないですか。
Sakura's such a hoe. Like I said, she's not the most threatening in terms of powers, but I think psychologically she's a great villain.
人間不信が極まりすぎて自分のいいあなたはいいのまそんなこと。
This is a fictionalized version of a problem a lot of people have, by the way, men and women. Control freaks. Do not get into a relationship with those. That's all I'm gonna say. Once again, Unk advice. You want the real life advice? Come to Unk's stream for the real talk.
だから全てを意のままに従える。いいじゃないです。マガンで従えるか権力資格が本物とか偽物とか。私そう誰かを支配すること。
Interesting. Has been reconstructed so it can't be seen anymore. Which is strange because they mentioned at some point, even in this very game, that you could just sort of steal the evil eyes and get their powers. And yet Sakura, Melty doesn't have hers anymore, but she still has the power. So I guess it's still somewhere. I presume intact. Maybe in another place in her body. Please don't speculate on that on the chat. I know the conversation will get freaky. I find women like Zelda incredibly attractive. Hey man, listen, just for the anime onlys here, this isn't any spoiler or anything, it's literally just a character design. I guess close your eyes if you're allergic to hot women, so let me just... Zelda is this lady right here. This one, front and center. She's very muscular and very... Oh, hold on. I cannot... Hold on. Spoilers, possible spoiler. Okay, we're safe. Yeah, she's this lady right here. Listen, man, I understand. I understand. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, all witch factors are really cheat abilities. They're sort of things that break the rules of the world by definition, right? So interesting. A big trick by Volcanica. I mean, I was about to say a spoiler. Let's see about that. It's very tricky because half of you are novel readers and half of you are anime onlys. So sometimes I want to answer your questions, but I just have to stop myself. Who's your favorite ReZero character? I mean, I know it's a bit like a boring answer perhaps, but it's just Subaru, man. He's the character I like the most. It's what really made me enjoy ReZero a lot. So as far as other characters that I like, just to give a short list, I guess Emilia, Otto, Elsa. Yeah, that's a good list. I feel like I'm missing rum, obviously rum. I love rum. So many, man. It would be harder for me to tell you which character from Rezero I don't like. Yeah, Calamari, I think it may spoil some stuff. Let's see. Up until now, I think it just sort of introduces the characters. Some plot points may get, you know, recycled into Arc 10 for sure. Ex-guy Alejandro. I don't know, man. I'm still waiting for Ex-guy Alejandro. No, Laser, I didn't read the side story, unfortunately. I mean, the only side stories that I read are just the X stories because they're volumes that I can collect physically. Otherwise, it's just, man, there's just so much to go through. I just can't, man. Yeah, Baba, I think it's probably Satella in there. I don't know what else is in there, if there's something else besides that, but I think it's probably Satella. My personal theory, and I can say this because I don't know if this is a spoiler, right? Because it hasn't been confirmed in the light novel. But my personal theory is that you can open... Oh no, I can't say that actually. I can't say that. Never mind. Let's just say that Subaru can open doors. I can't say any more than that. Sorry, man. Yeah, that is a strange thing though. Like Subaru is able to open the doors, but the miasma still affects him like it would any other person, right? Subaru is immune to certain things, like the authority of gluttony, for example. I was about to say gluttony, like he's immune to gluttony, which, you know, being immune to gluten is a superpower nowadays, but Subaru is immune to the authority of gluttony, but he doesn't seem to be immune to the miasma, which is strange because he can open the doors, so one would think that perhaps one of his missions or purposes in the story is to open those doors, but if he keeps opening more doors, the miasma will be even more intense and he'll just go crazy and die. So, strange predicament there. Maybe he needs something else to become immune to the miasma. Just overall a super interesting thing to speculate on. There are a lot of cool theories from Arc 6. I'm not much of a theorist myself. I like to just, you know, just vibe with the story and see as it goes. But I know a lot of people just love like taking bits and pieces and just crafting what could be. And yeah, I love reading fan theories, even though I don't write a lot of them myself. See you, Ethan. Anthony, that is a very good question. I think... So I'll answer your question in two parts. I think at some point in the story, Subaru will have all of the witch factors. I think the story won't end with Subaru having all of the witch factors because I think Rezero will have a happy ending. And you may interpret that as you will, but I think we've seen that witch factors bring a lot of sort of pain and misery to a lot of people, and they may drive the person crazy. I think at some point in the story, Subaru will have multiple witch factors, perhaps all of them. I mean, he already has multiple, right? But even more than that, I think he at some point may have all of them, but I don't think he will end the story with them, if that makes sense. Which is the same thing when people ask me what I think is going to happen to Satella. I think at some point, Satella is going to go loose and just get out of her seal, but I don't think that the story will end with a bad ending for Satella, necessarily. Especially if Satella is Emilia. Yeah, Jacona, that's one of the main reasons, right? And that's one of like the main questions in ReZero. And the thing is, I think the author can play a lot with that question. And I think that the knowledge of the stars will be useful, but at the same time, I think there's gotta be either there's nothing, as in Subaru was just summoned because, which is kind of boring, but is probable, and it is what happens in a lot of other isekais, right? There's usually not a lot of reasoning for people being summoned, besides they just died or were transported or whatever. Because if you, or option B, then there was another specific reason for Natsuki Subaru as the person to be isekai'd. Because if you think about it, in terms of Subaru having knowledge of the stars, right? That's cool, but there's like legit astrologists out there, right? I don't think if you're going by the filter knowledge of the stars that a neat loser teenage boy would be the best candidate, right? So I think there's got to be something more to Subaru being summoned, or it was just a random summon, and the knowledge of the stars just plays into the story naturally. So I think it's one of the two. Yeah, Anthony, a certain person with an axe will show up in Season 5, if Season 5 does exist, which I hope it does. Which, once again, I'm very hesitant for, but let's see how that goes. Calamari, that is an interesting theory, but at the same time, I don't see it, at least from what we saw up until this point. Maybe there is an authority which gives you resistance to the witch's miasma, and that authority works like that, but from what we saw, I don't think that Subaru, as of this moment, he has sloth and he has greed. I don't think from what we saw, either in the novel or in the anime, that Subaru was particularly more resistant towards the witch's miasma than any of the other characters. So I don't think that the authorities increase resistance to miasma by themselves. I think maybe he will gain some power, which makes him invulnerable to that, but I don't think the authorities by themselves do anything. Okay, let's go back. And once again, I was right when I said that Sakura gave me Elsa vibes. She's so creepy, man. But Elsa is still best girl, make no mistake. And by best girl, I mean best psychopath, obviously. Rezero has many best girls, depending on what you mean by best. If you mean most kind, most wifeable, Emilia. If you mean most psychotic, Elsa. If you mean funniest, Rum. Just if you mean most capitalistic driven, Anastasia. If you mean most egocentric, Priscilla. I know some of you guys are into women that look down on you. Priscilla would be perfect. Interesting. Sakura has a very deterministic view of the world. Once again, not sure if this is her actual personality or if this is just something that was beat into her by Mama's education. Let's put it that way. Sakura does have kind of a point. She's just very evil about it, which is the case with most villains. Where are they? Interesting. Where are they? Because I'm very curious where they're going to take them. It's clear that Subaru was the guard, right? But I don't see... Perhaps if the... I don't even see, like, what the point of taking them away is. I guess they want to perhaps separate Sakura from her bugs. But where would they take her? Aren't there bugs everywhere? Just like Otto makes use of bugs everywhere? Oh, they went into the slums because much like in the fight against Salem, they want to reduce casualties, and the slums are near the church, so at least the slums are near the church in the actual canon. This is said in the light novel. I don't know if they are in the game. In the game, it seems like they're not, so... Yeah, Laser, Capella's older daughters are very sadistic, for sure. I think everybody that went through Capella's education got a little bit messed up in the head. As they should, right? I mean, that's just terrifying. Capella is like, in terms of powers, Capella I think is probably the most terrifying character in the series. I would not want to go through whatever Capella does to people. And saying this out loud makes me think, I never thought about this before, but it almost seems silly. I think it's almost an inevitability. I think in one of the failed loops, Subaru will be transformed by Capella, and he's going to mind break. And it's going to be glorious as a reader.
完全想定外の一歩。あれ、死ぬところだったけどな。どっちが
Wait,
冗談だ
so
よ。
did Subaru just try to solo Sakura by having an accident with the carriage? If this actually worked, it would be so anticlimactic.
もう軽々しく言ってくれるもんだな。お前が気づかなかった場合
そんなこと考えも。
ああ、よく意味はわからない。なんでこんなま。
いや全然違う。
は
だから助けに来たんだよ。ね、なんとか
I mean, I think even if you didn't recognize the voice, which I did, I think the way the guard spoke was just so Subaru-like. It was just so cheeky. Way cheekier than a guard should be, right?
おい、俺はマジな顔で大嘘もつける。俺はお前たちを助けに来た。安心しろよ、マイフレンド。
My friend.
ハッピー。
Happy end.
そのなんだかわからない。
ああ。
But the thing is, they went to a very unclean, unhygienic place, and Sakura has the power of bugs, right? So, I don't know if this is going to go
あ
well.
んまり長話してないの。
ああ、真打ち登場。
はいはいはい。
エミリア様。
ヤッホー、T がキュン。もし事情を分かってるから
Everybody's here. This is the Avengers.
ああ、俺一人じゃ手詰まりだったんで。ってわけで、ミラク
全部話したって。
Tika is just flipping out.
ほら
What do you mean you just told everybody our
エル
secrets?
ティ様のことが先でしょ。フェリスの方こそ。
スバル、
ひとまず、おま
あとは
メルティちゃんを縛る鎖も。
あら、ダメじゃないですか、そんなの。
I mean, if it was somebody else and Sakura, like Elsa, for example, is also a daughter of Capella, right? But just Sakura. Like, how is Sakura just going to beat the Avengers, right? We still don't know who's there exactly, but we know that at least Emilia is there. And Emilia is like a nightmare matchup for Sakura, right? Because Sakura uses bugs, and Emilia just, boop, just freezes all of them. Like, well, it's not even a fight. She gets hard countered by Emilia, the Witch of Glaciation, which is a very cool nickname, by the way, which they rarely use, unfortunately, but it's very cool.
次から次へとあなたは持たざる側でしょ。持っている側とは根本的に
Such a random roast.
それなのに
That's a screenshot.
どう
持ってるとか持たざる側なりに。
つまり
持ってない俺にやられっぱなしってことは、お前も持って。
全然撤回します。
そこまでだ。
本気ですか、T が。
一方的に俺とメルトの中に割り込んで、むしろようやくお前と縁を。
T が
この場は俺にああ、我ながら超かっこいい。
Interesting.
メルを救ってくれる。さくらは
やれるんだな。
ここでやれる。
そりゃそうだ。
But once again, I don't see. Maybe I'm just too RPG pilled for this, but Tiga is a bad matchup for Sakura because he's just a dude with a sword, right? He can just be overwhelmed by bugs. Just put Emilia in charge, man. Just put Emilia. She can just freeze everybody, dude. What are you doing? She can just freeze the bugs.
スバル、
置いてく。
And I don't understand, once again, the urgency of taking Mel away. They can just gang up on Sakura, beat her up, and then save Mel. I don't understand this.
言っちゃいましたね。
Like, it sounds epic, but I don't understand, like, the rationale.
T がちゃん一人で。
お前の魂胆はここで時間を稼がれたら、お前にはとっておきの鬼札がある。そいつがここに駆けつけたら。
Interesting, the ace up your sleeve. Is that Wolf?
お前と鬼札とは分散させる。
あらあら、小賢しい。
前々から思ってたんだけど、そんな性格だから無質使い。
Interesting. Tiga's so cheeky as well.
血の減らない子ですね。
I can see why they're friends for sure.
私をムカつかせるって意味ですよ。
I really enjoy the voice actors for Sakura.
驚いちゃいました。
ここまでとは思ってなかった。 心配しなくても俺は凡ただメルを救うためには
Interesting. Tia is quite a cool character in this game. But once again, I think it's just a nightmare matchup for the bugs.
初めてそれがメルティちゃん。
メルに渡す告白は別。世話になったな、さくら。
Was that it? Yes, I will save my progress. Thank you, game, but was that it? Did he just go up to her and stab her? Surely not, right? Did you work 10 hours today? God damn. What's up, Grammar? Happy you joined. Damn, that's a tough shift. God damn. Bubba, I love your headcanon. I mean, you are kind of right. If Subaru had the witch factor of lust and he could just transform his body, he could just like go zoom super fast through the doors and maybe the miasma wouldn't affect him. But I think the thing about miasma is it's like pollution, right? I mean, even if you go super fast, eventually you get to a point where it's so dense it just overwhelms you, right? So I don't know if that would help. Carriage scene with Melty. Interesting. I'm assuming you mean this one or the previous one. The previous one is also very emotional, if I'm being honest. But I mean, isn't this like the most important part of the plan? To save Melty and beat Sakura? They just brought Ferris and Amelia? That seems a bit of an understaffing, since everybody was joining in, no? That seems strange. Oh, is that Patorashe? That probably is, right? They're just united by destiny. They will always meet, no matter the circumstances. Just like Subaru and Noto, those two will always meet. Patorashe. Like, even Priscilla would be pretty useful against Sakura. She would just take out the sword, burn all the bugs, and just stab her, like Otto in London. Rendezvous point, okay. And once again, I have to say, it was very ballsy of Subaru, because the initial part of that plan, he was just by himself, right? So I know obviously he can reset, but still it was pretty courageous of him. A lot of things could have gone wrong. Here's Wolf, the fat bastard, the fat clown. Are we going to fight him once again, or is it just going to be visual novel for the rest of the game? Interesting, so Puka is kind of evil, but she still cares for Melty. Interesting. Or maybe Puka is just following Mother's orders, and she knows that Melty is useful? So they're not the same person. My useless other half. Is this a side effect from the evil eye, or maybe something Capella put in him? Worf. Interesting. It's just split personality. Okay. Physical labor. What do you do, man? If you don't mind me asking, that seems very tough. I almost feel bad. I mean, I deadlifted today, so that doesn't even compare, bro. And I'm tired, so I can't even imagine. Also, I don't know how it is in the States, but currently here in Portugal, man, it's hot. It is so hot, man. Like I'm dying here. This is one of the hottest days. Hey Cosmic, I've read the light novel up until Arc 6, and then I jumped into the web novel since there were no more official translations, and Arc 7 is huge, and I just wanted to catch up, so... Otto's knife. I mean, Jakuna, if we're being honest, if we look at this game, how many times has Otto used his knife? 1. How many times has Reinhardt used his sword? 0. Do we need to say anything else? That's all I'm gonna say. Otto more useful than Reinhardt, confirmed. I don't know, Bubba. I don't know if that takeaway is necessarily correct. I think Fox Kidna is temperamentally speaking much more rational than the other two, but I think she was getting kind of crazy as well. She was about to stab Subaru in the back, so I don't know if she was unaffected by the miasma or less affected. I wouldn't bet on that. At least it wasn't my takeaway from either the novel or the anime. But I can see how you could see it like that. I just think that the miasma just sort of drives you into madness, and some personality types are just more prone to be mad, right? I think Subaru and Ram have a lot of madness in them. Fox Kidna is just a much more pragmatic, calm person just by nature. Omar, you believed in Puck. The poll is at 85%. Nobody believes in Puck, but a few. At least 2 people voted, I think, from the percentage. Oh, right, the sweet smell. I'm an electrician. That's pretty cool, man. Honestly. I have a few people I know that are electricians as well. From what you described, I guess they have less tough gigs than you do, though. They don't usually work that long. But it can be very tough if you're, like, working on high places or, you know, just inconvenient places to reach. I would sure not be fit for that. The other day, I think I mentioned this on the stream, I went up to the roof just to see the air conditioning because the thing, what do you call it in English? The fan is sort of broken. So that's why the cool air won't come out. And so I went there, I was immediately stung by a bee. And I was like, okay, maybe the dangerous outdoors isn't for me. Truth be told, the only times I've been stung by a bee was when I was a child. So I remember crying and it being super painful. But now I was stung by a bee, it was just mildly annoying and uncomfortable. I don't know if my pain tolerance has gone up or if it was just a weak bee or whatever, but whoa, 3 hours. I mean, yeah, if you go... The thing about the possession in the anime is that because of the cadence, the way they talk, like the certain choice of words they use, that's all I'll say without giving too much away, right? But I think it's kind of obvious if you really know what you're looking for. I think you can sort of guess who is possessing Subaru. That's all I'm gonna say. I think the voice actor did an incredible job in the episode as sort of mimicking the inflections. And obviously the script is a script, right? It was written by Tape, but I think the vocal performance was very, very good, as it always is in Rezero. I think the voice acting is just tremendous. Yeah, but I have my personal theories about the light, but I can't say them out loud. Because once again, I mean, we need to finish Arc 6 so I can finally talk about Arc 6 freely. I'm hoping the anime finishes soon. Obviously not, right? It's only in August or whatever, but I have my personal theory as to what the light was and why it activated, and why it activated with Subaru by himself and not with the others, right? I have my personal theory on that, which is probably wrong, if I'm going to be honest. It's a bit far-fetched, but yeah. Yeah, Grammar, not to spoil anything here, but yeah, it's not Betelgeuse, I'll say that much. Especially because Betelgeuse has a very, like, peculiar way of speaking with the this and the thing. I think if it was Betelgeuse, especially because we already saw Subaru's VA's performance as Betelgeuse in Season 1, I think everybody would have gotten it immediately. So I'm pretty sure that it's safe to say it's not Betelgeuse without it coming across as a spoiler, because it's not. How the spirit was in bad spirits. Quite a alliteration there. I mean, beautiful is a word, right, that you may not be allowed to use. Interesting. This is building up the moment where Salem is going to have a crash out. He's just going to spill his feelings out. Which, to be fair, is a trope of ReZero that I love. Where you have characters just... It was one of the things I really noticed in Season 1, and it's very prevalent in many arcs, and I think this is especially noticeable in Season 2, where ReZero has these moments where characters just scream and they just sometimes not necessarily scream, right, but they crash out and they let go of their feelings. They just put everything on the line, right? They just say everything they feel and mean, and I think that's just beautiful, honestly, because a lot of series almost use excessively to their convenience the fact that characters never talk about what they actually feel or think, and it's super refreshing in ReZero that you have moments like Subaru crashing out and Subaru just saying what he thinks, and you have a lot of moments like this, like Rum, for example, just facing Roswell, just moments that I'm thinking of off the top of my head, right? I think that's super cool. When Otto says that he's, of course, because we're friends to Subaru, that's just so beautiful, man. I don't know. There's a lot about ReZero that I truly love, and the emotional aspect of it is definitely one of the things I love. Just the honesty of certain moments is just so refreshing. And honestly, things that people do need to do in real life. I've been in a lot of tough situations because I wasn't honest enough. And sometimes, you know, honesty can be a bit of a complicated thing to do, but I think generally speaking, it's always the right thing to do. I think sometimes it can be, especially for men, it can be a bit embarrassing to talk about your feelings, but it's something that in the long run will be rewarded. I hope. Once again, acknowledge straight from the heart. Interesting. They just transmit messages by stinging them? That's weird. It's still unclear to me how they swap though, from Salem to Wolf.
顔見りゃわかる。メルティたちを。
あいつら
気のいい連中だわさ。状況は動い、ボートの暮らしは悪くなかった。でも、ね
おいおい、お得意のだんまりか。
Interesting.
わかってんだろ。お前には似顔。
So is Wolf a personality that was created by Salem because he's just so introverted and sort of passive and ineffective? That's interesting. This seems like a plot point that could have happened to Subaru, if I'm being honest, especially with the authorities now inside him, giving him essentially canonical schizophrenia. Interesting. I hope to know more about... I hope they explain this a bit more, but this is interesting.
ああ、そう。
Unscrupulous jobs. Interesting. Interesting. So it's sort of like, so he started doing so many evil things, bad things that he didn't want to do because he wanted to protect his sister, that he started disassociating. And so Wolf was born from Salem, the sort of more evil personality that doesn't care. That's his sort of coping mechanism to the very evil tasks that I assume Mother had him do. Man, this is good stuff, man. I'll be honest, once again, the story, especially the later half, is good. I enjoyed this. You're too much of a coward. Interesting. Just close your eyes, I'll take care of things like you always do. Yeah. I mean, and Wolf does have a sort of kind undertone to him. He sort of wants to take in all the dirtiness so that Salem may be clean, to sort of hug his sister and whatnot. I mean, yeah, this is a compelling dynamic. Once again, I enjoy this, man. The fact that he puts a literal mask on top of him, also to sort of finalize the switch between Salem and Wolf, is a bit on the nose, but you know, makes sense. Is it the same voice actor? If it is, it's a very good performance because the voices do not sound alike at all. The thing I don't understand, like I understand the thing with the mask, sort of disassociating and putting on the other personality. I don't understand why he switches masks by using the different powers. Is that literally just a cosmetic gimmick, or does it serve some other purpose or theme that I'm not seeing? Dude, Jakuna, I cannot imagine watching that episode with Subaru and then working construction. That's very spooky, man. That's freaking spooky. Ah, interesting. Yeah, the thing, I don't think that's too much of a plot point, because the place Subaru fell into is a sort of demon beast graveyard. So I'm pretty sure those demon beasts were already dead. So not too much to worry about there. Or I may also have another justification why there are so many corpses of demon beasts there, but that would go into spoiler territory. Yeah, Byaku in Choose Me is like the perfect example of vulnerability as well. It's one of the moments I like so much. Yeah, extremely honest story, Rezero is. I really like it. And I noticed, I said this in like one of my earlier volume reviews. We're talking about, maybe I was reviewing Arc 3 still. And it was one of my first videos on YouTube ever. And I mentioned this. And I had somebody comment like, wow, now that you mentioned it, yeah, that's why I love Rezero so much, is because the characters are just so honest with each other and with themselves. I'm like, yep, that's one of the reasons I love it as well. A thirst post, laser. All I'm gonna say is I think my timeline and your timeline, our algorithms are probably very, very different because I have not seen any of that. And I see a lot of Rezero posts on my timeline, so. Bubba, I will not spoil you. I think your theories are interesting. Yeah, he's literally and figuratively masking, yeah, for sure. Well, I'm also going to end the poll. It's been here for a while. It seems most people agree with me that 29 votes, no 83. That's so funny, man. Puck is so hated. And honestly, with good reason, but it's still so funny. I'm actually thinking, the thing is, for next streams, this may be a note to self. I think I should actually put a third monitor, because I do have a third monitor. It's just I don't have it here because it's already so hot in this room, and I didn't want to add another technological device just producing heat, right? But if I get my AC working eventually, I just want to put my third monitor here so that I can put the stream here just to make sure everything's fine. And then I'll put, actually the stream is paused, so if you guys aren't seeing me, apologies, but but just see like the sort of what's happening, right? And I'll put the chat here, so it's probably easier for me to read the chat from there. That's a note to self, because I always forget to charge my phone. And it's it will be a few more minutes until it's charged, and then I can just read from the phone. But yeah, still a bit of trouble managing the chat and the gaming experience, which is why I want to do something that's not a visual novel next, so it's just less text for me to keep track of. Oh, my light just went out. Hold on, guys, hold on. I'll just turn my light on. I'll be right back. Hold on. Hey, what's up? We're back. We're backity back. Hating Puck is the reason this heart still beats. Interesting, is this the first gray sky we've seen in the game? I think it is, no? Keep in mind this is still Arc 3 Emilia, so she's slightly weaker than Arc 4 post Emilia, right? But she's still very, very strong, as you can see from Arc 1, where she was just blasting guys towards Elsa. She is super cute. Patorash is... The carriage is on autopilot, Subaru's literally doing nothing. He's literally just saying gibberish. None of this is understandable by Patorash, even if Patorash understood Japanese, right? I mean, to be fair, I don't think the real estate is worth much or is even insured in the slums, so you can just blast away Emilia. Just kidding, just kidding. Wait, you think you can solve it, or you can solve it? Have you solved it yet? Were you just doing an autopsy or something?
俺の指示通り氷の
任せて。オペってにゃんなのって。
ああない。
Wait, you're just going to do the operation in a moving carriage that's bumping around without blessing of the wind? That's insane, no? Are we crazy right now? Are we for real?
また回り込まれたのよさ。
いや多分そうじゃないこの最高
This is another one of those voices that seem poorly mixed. Like the background music is way overpowering the voice acting. Let me just try and hold on, no, not ESC, left control. So the background music should be half as loud as the voices, but sometimes it just way overpowers it. I'm just going to put the voices at 9. Apply setting, yep.
俺にはない
あんたもサレムもまとめてあたいが。
下手な俺は卑劣やつらもその
おる。
ほころびろ世界
The evil eye of avarice. Interesting. He can just... Wait, he can just absorb mana from the world? The supplies... Wait, hold on. Is this not incredibly overpowered? What the hell? Just a few minutes ago, I was saying that Melty got the way better ability, but... Hold on. Salem is cooking? Is this... I mean... I guess the sort of counterplay to this is, despite him having infinite mana, the vessel is still perhaps weak or not super good with magic spells, right? I mean, if Echidna could do this with the spells that Echidna knows, then yes, it would be the end of the world. But but I guess the counterplay is that Salem is not a great mage by himself. I mean, we've only seen him cast fire and stuff like that, which sure is dangerous but not super impressive in the grand scheme of things in Rezero. But this seems incredibly broken.
好きなだけ逃げろよ日向者
Plebeians, such a good word, plebeians. That's very Gilgamesh coded.
なんだ
嫌な予感がする。
This is what I said Emilia should do against Sakura. She should just tell Puck to just make snow and freeze the entire area, because how is she going to attack with bugs in a snowstorm? It's just not possible, right?
相手の目論みごと焼き払うここまで人目についたらダメだったからちまちました攻撃しかできない
Who is your favorite of the 9 strongest characters in a specific country? Well, I can't imagine what you're intending to say by that, man. Are you asking of Lugunica? My favorite of the 9 strongest of Lugunica is Subaru. That's actually a good question, though. If there were a tier ranking of the 9 strongest in Lugunica, who would be my favorite? Are we counting royal candidates? Because if we're just counting raw power, I think it is inarguable that just in terms of raw power, you have to put Emilia in the top 9 strongest characters of Lugunica, so she's probably my pick. Obviously, I know this was not what you were asking, but I'm trying to keep it spoiler-free here. I want to see Emilia in her thigh suit. Okay, Baba. I understand. I understand.
そこまでよ。
Whoa, the Avengers.
勇者の
よし。
それにしてもよく思いつくこすいことを考えさせたらバルスの右に出る者はいないわね。
This is Rum giving high praise, by the way. This is Rum giving high praise. She's impressed. Julius, what are you doing in the carriage, man? You're a frontliner. Go fight the clown. What are you doing here? Why is this bum on the carriage, Julius? Go earn your paycheck, man. What are you doing?
それは絶対に。
そんな
はいはいバタバタしにゃい。 フルシュ様までごユリウス、ラムちゃん、二人とも手伝
Ferris said, "Stop fighting," but I read, "Stop flirting," which is equally yes, right?
って準備始めるよ。ええ。
Stop flirting, guys. Come on.
それにしても
エミリア様。ええ、私は間に合ってくれて。いえ、ここまで最後まで。ええ。
おとり2台と本命1台。くそ。
I mean, you were already attacking carelessly, so if you were attacking carelessly the real one, then just attack the decoys as well. It makes no difference, right?
そうだわさ。スバルとあの子の。
そんなわかりやすい手を使う。わかってる。お前は何なんだよ。
Who the hell are you? This is so... That's a screenshot. This is so relevant for the current story arc in the anime, isn't it? Who the hell are you, Natsuki Subaru?
心当たりが多すぎるもん。
いちいちうる一通り揃えてある。清潔な刃物、手術のための台、そして布
Is this not insane though?
滞りなくだ。
Like, Wolf hasn't shown to be that strong. They have Emilia, they have Rem, they have Krush. They're, instead of just, once again, just stopping, whooping the ass of the enemy, and then going to a safe, stable place with no movement and doing an operation. I know that Ferris is like an incredible doctor, and this is going to be obviously a moment where Ferris is praised and whatnot, but they're going to do an operation on a carriage, a moving carriage. This is insane.
随分と俺も聞きかじりの浅い知識しかねえが、とにかく
潔癖なバルスのために刃物は全部炙っておいたわ。竜舎の中を
それは、いや、くわ、
精霊としての位を得る。
騎士見習いの俺も含
目の前にいるのは
め、よし、可能な限り車内を清潔にした。
Please tell me this is insane to somebody else. Please tell me, like, other people are also finding this strange, right? Strongest in Lukunika, don't forget Marcus. Yeah, man, yeah, I mean, I have yet to see anything. I'm still waiting for the day where I see the power of Marcus. Potential man number 1. Who is your favorite Astrea? Does Wilhelm count? I mean, by marriage, he counts, no? So... probably, honestly, between Wilhelm... I kind of like Reinhardt. Like, I know a lot of people hate Reinhardt, especially now in the novel, but I still kind of like Reinhardt. I feel for him. I empathize with him, even though I cannot empathize for a second with Theresia. I strongly dislike Theresia as a character, but I still like Reinhardt, man. So yeah, either Wilhelm, or if he doesn't count, then I guess Reinhardt. Raid is fun, but Raid is a pig, and not the type of character that I usually love. I think he's fun, he's entertaining on screen, but I don't love him or anything. And Heinkel is very well written, deliciously pathetic, a true compelling loser to read and watch, but as of this moment, I still like Reinhardt more as a character than I do Heinkel, even though I recognize Heinkel is probably better written and will probably have the better story arc, but since I haven't seen it yet, I don't want to, you know, judge on potential or anything. I'm not a Pandora fan. Oops, shots fired. What do you mean by all those characters, Bubba? All of the characters I mentioned from the Astrea family were in the anime. Especially now that we've seen Raid as well. They're all anime friendly. No, but Grammar, I don't know if it's after you came onto the stream, they said that because they stopped and kept going, the wind blessing was gone, so the thing should be shaking, I think. Unless this is a different carriage. They may have switched carriages, that is true. But because in the slums they stopped and then resumed running the carriage, right? The wind blessing was gone. Oh no, okay. Ferris is literally saying this, okay, then never mind. Forget everything I just said. I take it back. This is a different carriage. The divine protection of the wind is working, so okay.
もちろんひっくり返ら麻酔みたいな
安心して痛さ
そうなのか
I like how Subaru knows that the throat is painful.
あんまりひどい傷とか病気だと痛い
Once again, Ferris is actually a very useful character, just rarely gets a chance to shine because obviously the type of story that Rezero is, you know, more driven towards characters that are more proactive, fighting-wise. As are most stories, right? But yeah. Most stories of, you know, the shonen genre or whatever you want to call them.
マルスは友達
Obviously,
になる
if you watch something like Apothecary Diaries, I think a character like Ferris would thrive in Apothecary Diaries.
うるせえないるよ今どっちも作戦の要してくれてるよ
はいはい
あかごめん事細かにせ君を縛り付けてる問題をメルティちゃん
バルスから手加減はしたわ
メルティ様まずいなあやつ
So is it a
どうや
bug?
ら
引っかかった
いえいえだったら一度くらい
まさか
何かなんてあの子の王だから
Interesting. So she also has bugs that can poison and I guess drive people crazy or whatever.
偽の王戦候補者などと王国のい
それもわか城の者は不安視せずには
I mean, that is a good point, Miklotov.
その口車に乗ってやろうだが自分の嫌うものを悪と結びつけ
Interesting.
短絡的に判
A
断する
very
真似など
peculiar and fair type of racism.
そうも千両船舶であったなあのアジン戦争の時代
For those who want to know more about this, go read ReZero X2. You will know more about Wilhelm and Bordeaux in their early lives.
それが
県人会が一枚岩とはぜひとも
はまた気候らしくもないえしかし彼女は王家と神竜との考えどうされ
リッケ
What is happening?
リッケル
いえボルドこれはしくそか落車プラム畜生無事でいてくれよ
Oh, not the Apple family, man. What is happening?
姫さん
なんじゃ騒がしい
ああ悪かったまた来るわ町が大変なことになってんだよ頼むから姫さんは暴れ出してくれんなよ
たわけそこは命と引き換えにし
あたたたた多分これ
で
だろうなっつうか
So these two just stayed behind. They had no interest in helping Melty. I respect it, honestly. Priscilla just gave the idea about the operation, then just pissed off. Nothing to do with her. Honestly, I respect it.
屋敷に
今んとこいねえかな
ならばよい後のことはやつ
それで
やれやれ世界はなればどんな決着を見ようとも
I like how Priscilla is so self-absorbed. She has zero anxiety. She just thinks everything will be fine. It's so funny, man. Yeah. In the meantime, Melty just has her throat cut off, just spraying blood all over the carriage. I mean, I assume Ferris is pretty familiar with blood, right? So I don't think, even if he doesn't know a lot of anatomy like we do in the scientific sense, I think he should be able to address it. But yeah, that's a pretty funny mental image. Yeah, Baba, I think the bad ending, where we see Reinhardt be completely humbled by Shirisu's authority, where he sees that, you know, just being strong can always solve everything. I think that was very humanizing for Reinhardt as a character. I also like that loop a lot. I love that loop. I thought it was very, very revealing and very, you know, just very Tape-like in the way that he punished Reinhardt for being essentially a very meathead character. Reinhardt isn't necessarily dumb, like some characters are portrayed as dumb or stupid or lacking in intelligence. I don't think that's the case with Reinhardt, but I do think it is the case that Reinhardt has a character because he's so strong. He, generally speaking, always defaults towards, you know, just fisting people, and that doesn't always work. So that was a perfect example of that. What's your favorite fight in the series? I've said it before, but it's probably still, I won't go into novel spoilers, but as far as the anime goes, it is still Garfield versus Elsa. I think it's so visceral, so up close, so intimate, and it's just so bloody. I think it's just, I love fights that are up close and personal. I think, generally speaking, there's fights that are, you know, the spectacle, huge magic spells, huge buildings and stuff being destroyed, you know, think more like the Dragon Ball style fights. And I think in Rezero terms, we had Garfield versus Kurgan. That was a visual spectacle, for sure, very flashy, but to me, the best fight is still Garfield versus Elsa. I just thought that fight hit everything that I want in a good anime fight. It just felt so personal and just, you know, just so, it was so good, man. So good. Do you like Spyro Year of the Dragon? No. If that's the game with the purple dragon, then no. I don't know what that is, sorry. You're getting close to the worst CG in the game. Oh boy. Oh boy. Worst CG in the game. Worse after everything we've seen, guys. Now that's leaving me hyped. That is leaving me hyped.
では聞こえるこの分だとエミリア様来るやりましょうなんだメルティの魔眼が多分サクラかこの木を逃すものかプーカこれじゃ
I mean, it's still a 33% chance of him choosing the right one, so let's see how it goes.
言ってる場合ラム長合わせられます誰に物を言っているのそっちこそ驚きひれ伏しなさい
If I just took a screenshot of this moment right here, everybody would think she's talking to Subaru, but no, she's talking to Julius. Rum is my queen, man. She's one of my favorite characters. I love her so much, man. Ah, interesting. You only need to avoid being touched by her hands. Okay, that seems like a good nerf. That seems like the power. It's still a broken ability, but it has counterplay, right? Sometimes it's not just being a strong character, it's just if you have counterplay in the game. And Melty does seem to have counterplay. We asked them to stay behind. Who's them? The voice acting for Russell just cracks me up. Aha! Wait, what is happening? What do you mean precautions? Man, not gonna lie, I think this game does a great job at getting us to empathize with Karamon as a character. I'm invested in his wife and child. I don't even know them. I mean, I saw them in season 1, right? But you know, I think I care a lot more for Karamon after playing this game than just watching the anime. I think he just has a much bigger role here. We talk with him a lot more. He's just on the street punching and kicking people. Interesting. Who is that?
その度胸あんた 諦めたのだけはあかんよ。承知です。
Anastasia with the ugly fit is back. I mean, I was thinking something a bit more elegant. Obviously, Emilia is fighting, right? But Emilia could freeze the capital. No, that would be very bad publicity for Emilia. But I don't know how much good publicity it is to send your mercenaries. Like, you're already the foreign candidate, right? Anastasia isn't from Lugunica. You're already the foreigner. And to solve the situation, you send in your mercenaries to just beat people up on the streets. I don't know. I don't know if this is the solution they think it is. I don't think this would be seen well at all by the population.
あら、よし、この分野とうちの売り出し方はもうちょっと。そうそう。うちは。
Very cool soundtrack, by the way. Very. This soundtrack for Anastasia is very good. It's very not Rezero-like, if you get what I mean. But I like it a lot. I like it a lot for her, actually. Very good.
それにしてもかっこよかったや。
そりゃこう女房と。
あ、じゃあもちろん同じように頑張。
But are the Iron Fangs? And that's a screenshot. These three idiots. Dude, just look at those lips, man. Just look at those lips on Kun. Oh, this is Ton? Okay. They're getting whipped by Felt.
どいつもこいつも逃げ腰で情けねえこと言ってん。人生で数少ないてめえらの見せ場だ。ここで踏ん張らねえでどこで。
こんな状況で何。
そうだそうだ。本気。てめえらが本気。負け犬らしく私は行くぜ。自分にそういう覚悟で生きて。ま、てめえら
Felt is spitting, man.
くそったれ。自分に言い訳だってのに。
Dude, knowing that Shin is a noble now just breaks me inside. Knowing that he has a rich father and he's just hanging around these losers, it's just, man, what is wrong with you, man?
なんだよ。
そういえば多分大事。
おいおい本気かよ。
そうもいかねん。
そんなとんでもガスト。てめえまさか。
よせよ。
Oh, as of this point in the story, maybe perhaps they weren't in the Felt camp yet? Interesting.
多分お前だ。と思う。わかったよや。そうこなく。
よし、たまには貧民行く。
Strange unions unlocked all characters in the album. Interesting. Very nice.
書き留めておくよ。
Under the eyes of heaven. Ooh, we're spitting now. We're spitting under the eyes of heaven. I like that chapter name a lot. That's very cool. Wait, what is happening? Override save data, yes. Thank you. Okay. I love the battle of Roswell versus Rumpuck. Yeah, man, that one was very, very good as well. Very emotional. Once again, if we're talking about characters that, you know, just spill out their feelings, I think that was one of the moments for sure. And I love Rum, so I thought that fight was very, very good as well. Kadamon saves the day. Oh yeah, my man Kadamon. Kadamon is having an arc, that's true. I think this game does a lot for Kadamon, if I'm being totally honest. I mean, he's still a tertiary character, right? But I think he's highlighted in a very cool way, this game. It definitely makes me like him more. And I hope that in future arcs, if we stay more time in the capital, that Kadamon has a more prevalent role in the story. I think, once again, without spoiling anything, I think there's a perfect opportunity for Kadamon to be reintroduced back into the story and have a sort of mini role in it. But let's see what Tape decides to do. Yeah, Baba, I think another person noticed that. I can't really go back now to see the image. Actually, I can open the album. Hold on. But I think she still has the scarf. It's just a bit hidden. Hold on. Anastasia Hoshi. Yeah, as you can see here, those are the paws of the of the fox, so she still has fox skin around her, she just has the blue scarf on top of it. I hope that answered your question. It was something I was also confused by. It's a very good question. "3 hours until my exam. Good luck, man. What's your exam about?" "I wish you well. Good luck." If it makes you feel any better about watching the stream, I don't think you would really, you know, just get any more knowledge in these 3 hours, so just have fun and relax, and hopefully everything will go well and you already know everything you need to know. If it's something more, you know, thought intensive, I don't even know how to say this in English, but if it's something like math or engineering, the good news is you don't really need to study because you either know or you don't, so there's no need to study. This was a meme me and my colleagues had in university, you know, for certain, you know, courses like math, for example. It's like, why study? You either know it or you don't, so just know. Obviously this is a joke, guys, okay? Stay in school, don't do drugs. This is a bit of a deep cut. I'm not sure how many of you saw Slime, but I watched the most recent episode today, and it had a very cool fighting sequence with one of the characters doing these sort of like unorthodox movements, moving with the sword, and it really made me think that Tiga would fight like that if he was animated, so just something to note. Once again, I think Tiga is super brave for this. I think he should have just stayed in the carriage and switched places with Emilia, because this is a nightmare matchup for him. He's a swordsman against an army of bugs. That's not good, unless you're Reinhardt and you can just, you know, explode things. Aw, glazing the main character, so sweet. Sakura Element is just, it's still such a silly name, man. I can't get over the fact that her surname is Element. That's just, man, that's so goofy. That's so unthreatening for a villain as well. I thought she was just a side character, but her being called Element is just, come on, G. What are we doing? My goat. Wilhelm, my goat. My goat. Just a humble swordsman passing through. Just an old man in retirement age. What's up? Sakura doesn't immediately know that name. Oh, right, because the famous name is Wilhelm Astrea, right? She's thinking, why is it Trius? Okay, yeah, makes sense, makes sense. This old man finds joy in these things. He's such a G. I love Wilhelm so much. I have a lot of issues with his character, but I still love him so much. He's like, not a guilty pleasure, but a character that I love despite his flaws. Sakura, Meru wa ousama ni nante muite nai. Ore wa Dude, what is that face, man? Dog, what is that face, man? Look at Wilhelm's face, man. That is terrifying. With my lack of natural talent. By the way, just a nice tidbit for anime onlys, and I guess even for novel readers, if you've never read the X volumes, do not let Wilhelm gaslight you, okay? When we go into Wilhelm's backstory, and I think this is like not too much, this is probably like less than 30 pages deep into X2, we see that Wilhelm joined the war, right? And at the time he was still learning and training in swordsmanship, and he was already obsessed with it and just swinging his sword every day, every night. But the thing was, he went into war, and Tape does this sort of switch up that war is ruthless and many people get humbled. But then Wilhelm was not one of those people. He just started blasting and beating everybody right away. So when Wilhelm says that he has a natural lack of talent, it's because he's comparing himself to Teresia and to Reinhardt. But he does not lack talent. For a normal person, he is very talented and very strong and practices a lot. So whatever baseline of already good talent that he has, he just builds it up exponentially because he just trains so hard. And he's surrounded by freaks, which makes him train even harder, right? But yeah. Do not let Wilhelm gaslight you, that's the main point. A man will go to the woman he loves. He's such a romantic. Your head shall be mine. He's so dramatic as well. I love Wilhelm, man. He's so cool. Natsuki Subaru! I'm actually not that good with the gore. I mean, in Arc 3, Subaru was still a young one. At the beginning of Arc 3, there's a lot of things that I think current Subaru, obviously not that he likes the gore, but I think he would be very, very used to it by now. Very desensitized. I love Rum. I think that I say this at least 20 times every stream, but I love Rum. I love Rum so much. What's happening? He's waiting ahead. How did that happen? Interesting. How did he know it was south of the royal capital? Is that the only way out of the slums? How did he know that? For those who missed the stream previously, Wolf, essentially because of his ability, he has the evil eye of, I don't know, mana absorption or whatever he called it, and he has pretty much infinite mana if he just draws mana from the environment, so he's like an infinite battery. Stay in drugs onto school. I'm not sure that's the thing. Stay in school, kids. Stay in school. Don't do drugs. Behave. Listen to your parents, mostly. Some parents should not be listened to. I will leave it to your discretion on that one. Yeah, man, once again, I want to one day read all the side stories. It's just, I'm waiting for Rezero to be over, which is probably going to be a long while, right? But I don't know. I feel like I read so much Rezero when catching up to the web novel, and still am reading Rezero. You know, I'm reading Arc 6 currently, rereading it for the anime reviews, also currently reading the chapters that are coming out. I think there's just so much Rezero content that it's hard for me to get really, you know, the time and headspace to go into the side stories. I just don't have the ability to be interested in slime isekai. Yeah. If I had a bigger audience that actually liked slime, I would talk about it more, because, man, this episode, in my opinion, like, visually speaking, it had some lot of cool fight scenes and cool moments, but man, narratively speaking, it was so bad. Slime is just, oh man, it's just, when people try to, you know, when they make those sort of tier rankings of the top isekai in the anime sphere, and then they put Rezero, they put Mushoku, which sure, I don't like, but I understand. They put stuff like Overlord, and then they try to slide a slime in there. It's like, brother, what are you doing? Do not try to slide in the slime, man. It's just, it doesn't belong anywhere near the top isekai. It's not at that level, man. And I think it's painfully obvious by this point that it's a comfy mid show. This is as nice as I can be to it. It's a comfy mid show. I'm watching it. Am I enjoying it? Is it bad? Not really, but it's just not super great either. It's comfy mid. It's the equivalent of a B movie. It's the popcorn of anime. It's, you know, something you consume without much flavor. It's just kind of there to fill the space and need, and you know, it's there. But to put it in the top of isekais is just, brother. At no moment, and I'm going to say something that is probably controversial, probably not for my chat because you're all Rezero fans, right? But for Slime fans this would be very offensive. But Slime, at no point was Slime even better than Rezero Arc 1. That's all I'm gonna say. Hey, Omni Weapon. Yeah, I talked a bit about the latest episode. It is very good. This entire season is very good, and I'm very hyped for the last one. ReZero fans are eating too much. Yeah, man, I think there's just an overload of ReZero content, which is so great, right? Because I'm a fan of certain series which have sort of dead communities, and not necessarily because there is no fan interest, but because there's literally no content coming out, and there's only so much you can talk about previous content, right? I think for one reason or another, and even then these aren't completely dead series, but Naruto and Bleach have communities which are still very strong because they were just so popular in their heyday, right? And are such long series that still have a lot of content for newcomers to consume. And obviously Naruto has Boruto, which, you know, is still coming out, and Bleach still has a few anime seasons that will come out soon. But yeah, besides those that had such a huge popularity that even when it's trimmed down to like very, very slim pickings, it's still very big, right? Just because of raw numbers. I think, generally speaking, the size and intensity of a fandom sort of correlates with the amount of content and just the eyeballs that are on the content coming out. And I think currently ReZero is in a very, very healthy spot. We have the novels cooking, we have the anime cooking, everything is cooking, everything is oof, super, super good. Slime slander, I'm home. Chainsaw Man will be dead soon, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, Grammar, I can see why you say that, to be honest. I'll be honest, I stopped reading Chainsaw Man a bit after part 2 started. Maybe I was just a visionary. Maybe I'm just a visionary, because when I see how people react to it currently, and also, I just out of morbid curiosity, right, I went and spoiled myself, I didn't care. I just read the last 3 chapters of Chainsaw Man, the manga, and oh boy. It could be not entirely bad if there was a sequel coming, a part 3 coming, but just the way it ended, it just felt so flat. It's just like, there are things that are anticlimactic in the sense that you expected a much bigger fight and it's over much faster, but I think anticlimactic is not even the word. It's just flat. It's just okay. It's just disappointing. Just, I don't even know. It felt like a waste of time, to be honest. And I'm saying this as somebody whose favorite movie, arguably favorite anime of the previous year, was the Rezero movie, the Chainsaw Man one. It was just so good. I went to watch it to the cinema by myself with 2 dudes behind me. I hope they were not a gay couple looking to kiss, because I was there. It was a bit awkward. It was just us 3 on the cinema, and for some reason we sat super near each other. It was the moment where they were in the row behind me, but it was already too late. They had already said the number of the row out loud, and now it was awkward to move to another place, so they just sat right behind me. It was super awkward, but very good movie. Very good movie. JJK still has so much motion. Yeah, man, JJK has a lot of motion, but that's exactly what I mean. It's an example of an anime that still has content coming out, right? The anime is still popping, it has a lot of eyeballs, and there's a lot of discourse because the anime is just incredible. It's literally an anime that my 14-year-old niece is also watching, and she doesn't watch many anime, so it's just, you know, everybody's watching it because it's such a phenomenon. It's also, this is an important thing for today's day and age. Jujutsu Kaisen is very memeable. It has a lot of potential for edits and for it to be on TikTok and whatever. So from what I get from talking with the youth, the young kids like my nieces, my cousins, etc., if an anime is not popular on TikTok with edits and memes, it might as well not even exist for the youth. They don't even care. I think long are the days of people that just binge watched every seasonal anime, like I did for a long time. Not every, but you know, a lot of seasonal anime. I still do that. I'm watching. Let me just show you guys. Let me just give you a quick peek at what I'm watching. This is what I'm watching currently. Hold on. Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? Okay, here we are. So I'm watching this Akane Banashi, Marriage Toxin, Nippon Sangoku, Rezero, Slime, Witch Hat Atelier, Wistoria, and Yomi no Tsukai. I'm watching all of these anime. Do not ask me how I find time for all of these. It was just I started watching Rezero initially, just Rezero, and somehow I kept adding more and more shows to my list. And yeah, currently I'm with this one. This is probably closed. I won't be watching anything else from this season. This is enough. I'm done. But yeah, quite a few bangers. But I think that this sort of style of consumption, this style of interacting with the anime sphere, of just watching seasonals, of just, you know, going to the seasonal list and just checking what's up and then going from there, like this sort of, I still do this because I'm an old head, right? I'm an unk. I go to the seasonals and then I see, okay, this might be interesting, this might be interesting, this is a sequel to something I like, blah, blah, blah. But I think that for the youth, they don't even care. They don't care about seasonals, they don't care about anything else. They just, you know, if it's on TikTok and it's popping off, then it's good to watch. Otherwise, no one cares. Yeah, man, Grammar, I also really like Chainsaw Man. I thought part 1 was very strong. From what I saw of part 2, I think it lost a bit of the magic. I don't know. I didn't like the direction part 2 was heading too much, especially since I dropped it eventually. And yeah, I just think the finale was super flat. Yeah, once again, it's also a self-fulfilling cycle, right? Where if the anime has a lot of memes, it becomes popular, but if it's popular, it also has a lot of memes, right? So it's just a self-reinforcing cycle. For example, I also see quite a big upping on the memery of Rezero lately in the social media. This is obviously because my algorithm is also super skewed towards Rezero, because the algorithm knows I like Rezero, right? But even then, I do notice an uptick, a significant uptick in the overall hunger for Rezero content, even in my own channel. I noticed that the videos are, you know, getting more views and whatnot than they did before. Obviously, my channel is also growing, so that may also be a factor. But still, I think Rezero is very popular right now, much more than it ever was. Besides, you know, the peak of season 1, I think besides that, I think Rezero is popping off right now. Behind the Supermarket, Smoking Behind the Supermarket. I think I heard about that one. It's a bit of an older anime. Or when I mean older anime, I mean with older characters, right? I think I heard about that one. I need to finish Clivates. Yeah, Clivates is very good. I enjoyed it. I will be honest, I'm a bit scared with the season 2 premise, because it seems like they're putting our characters in school, and it's like, oh my god, Japan, why do you need to put everybody in school? Just stop it! Stop it! But jokes aside, I enjoyed Clevates season 1 a lot, and I think for fans of ReZero, you should check it out, because it also is very... It's also a fantasy anime. It's not afraid of gore. It has some very gory scenes. It also has to do, not necessarily return by death, but a character that can get hurt and keep coming back, you know. So I think ReZero fans will find themselves at home in Clevates. So in case you guys don't know, this is what I'm talking about, Clevates. Once again, I enjoyed season 1. I actually think that the MAL rating is a bit lower than I would have given it. Yeah, I gave it a 9, so 7.8 is low to me. I thought the premise was interesting. I enjoy the characters. The pace is a bit fast, but so is every single new age anime. Like the pace for Jujutsu Kaisen, for example, is insane. And so is for Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man pacing is also insane. But yeah, I really enjoyed Clevates, and I think ReZero fans will probably enjoy it as well, especially if you're more tilted towards fantasy like I am. You like part 1 a lot? I mean, that's fine as well. I can see why you would like part 2. It's just for some reason it didn't click with me. I dropped it at some point.
Yeah, Clevates is getting a season 2. I think it's either next season or like by the end of the year or something, but I think it's this year. My evil Catwoman friend. I'm not going to inquire any further. Let's stop it right there.
させるか。
大丈夫よ、スバル。
エミリアだ。
この場にいたのが。
息を合わせる。
はい。そういう。
百人一立ち。
I was so hoping that Crucia's attack would be animated, at least like a green slice or something. Unfortunate. Damn, that was a very dragonic roar for Patarashi. Once again, I don't know if that's a spoiler, but that sounded more like a dragon than a land dragon. What the hell? That sounded like a proper dragon. Holy. I don't think Patarashi does a sound like that in the anime. That was very, very hardcore. He grabbed her hips. Okay. Not beating the allegations. Subaru with the unintentional Joe Biden. Too soon. I'm sorry. For all Americans, I'm sorry. I'm going to refrain from saying names of real-life politicians.
おいおい、いくら忙しいやつだな。変な反応にもなるだろう。だってお前。
そう、あ、でも。
おっちょこ。あ、どう。まずさくらは変わっ。ビルヘルムってじいさんさ。ビルヘルムさん。さすがクルシさん。
Wilhelm, my G.
俺が決着前に抜け惚れた女のそばに。まあ大役。あ、そばで見てた。それは中のやつら。
Once again, they're really gassing up Wolf, which surprised me. Because from what we saw in the interactions earlier in the game, Wolf seemed to be strong, especially with the element of surprise, but not, you know, like a tier above everybody else. And now we have Emilia, Ram, Cruz just ganging up together just to stop one of his spells. They're really gassing him up as a super strong character, which is interesting to me. I guess the game does need stakes, and they need to make the enemies look strong when they have like the literal Avengers of Rezero, everybody gathered together, right? But still, it's a bit surprising because Wolf didn't seem that strong earlier in the game, especially because Wolf was literally soloed by Subaru doing nothing, just emotional damage, Rem and Al. So if it was soloed by Rem and Al, if you add Emilia and Cruz to that equation, I don't see how Wolf just doesn't get completely blown away, but whatever.
Julius.
ベリス、落ち着くんだ。
分かってるから。でも一部だけ直して、一部は放置して、そんなしたいことに集中なさ。
She's just cut open in the carriage, just blood spurting out. Inner peace. Interesting, he can use his divine protection on himself. That is actually an exceedingly useful ability. Honestly, Subaru would kill for this divine protection, if I'm being totally honest here, because with all of the emotional trauma Subaru goes through, if he had this divine protection, it would be so useful to him. Can you just imagine? He wouldn't have had the crash out against Emilia, he wouldn't have had to be saved by literal witches in Season 2, just the amount of things that Subaru just could do if he could just had a button he could click and make himself be calm and in tranquility, at inner peace. I like these types of abilities a lot, abilities that aren't like necessarily super combat focused, but that are still very useful for the characters. I like it a lot. Yeah, buddy, we're just opening up your girlfriend, okay? We're just opening up, taking out some stuff. Don't mind us. He's helping now as well.
He's helping with the operation. This is such a censored image. The description from what they said does not look like this at all. There should be blood everywhere and guts spilling and whatnot. Once again, that's a screenshot. Bada boom.
俺は何をしたらいいんだ？さすがに。
そんな高度なことを。
メルティ様。
Aw, that's kind of cute.
メルの。
もういいとこ取りなんだから。
You get the best job. I mean, that's true. The less stressful one by far.
治癒魔法をかけてるときはあんまりおすすめしてないんだけどね。くれてる相手にマナがただこんな風に案外それだけで。
Interesting. This is super cute. Super wholesome.
夢を見てうなされる夜、誰かのぬくもりがそばに。
Aww. Do you guys remember that Ram held Subaru's hand? In Arc 3? In Arc 2, sorry. Ram and Ram. This is so cute. How about there still some people that say that Ram doesn't like Subaru? Like, come on, man.
そんな安い奇跡も起こりうるものよ。
Sleepy Subaru. Yeah, man, Omni, don't worry. I'm not going to mention politics anymore. It's just, it just came to mind because it's just such an iconic meme. I will tell you guys something. Like, I know it must be very annoying for you to have unserious people in charge, but your guys' memes are just immaculate, man. American memes are so good, man. Your memes are just delicious. It's so good. Patarashi, best girl. Hey, Bubba, have you seen that... She should ask Capella to make her human. Have you seen that fan art of Patarash as a sort of humanoid creature? It looked very... How do I say this? It looked right. Like, I could see, like, from Patarash's personality, that's what she would look like if she was a sort of demi-human. I don't know. I saw that fan art on Twitter the other day. I can't remember the name of the artist, I'm sorry, but I'm sure if you look it up you can find it, and yeah, it was very, very good.
Yes. 何ができるわけじゃ。君は手を握り、俺は。
I won't let go. These two are very romantic, man. Honestly, in my mind, I'll just do a sort of split. Like, Prophecy of the Throne Tiga is a totally different guy from Novel Tiga, because I like this Tiga a lot. He's very wholesome. I like him a lot. I'm feeling for him. The dude is a romantic, he's dedicated towards his wife, he's a wife guy. I always relate with the wife guy. Wilhelm is also a wife guy.
どれだけ策を浪したところで、スバル君。
おかしな真似をするな。だが、抵抗するなら容赦はしない。
Krush is like, listen, man, I know that you have some head stuff going on there. I know you're probably crazy and schizophrenic and whatever. I feel for you, but if you struggle too much, I'm just gonna slice you up. I like how honest Krush is. Rem will not hold back, so please do not resist. The beatings will continue until morale improves. Once again, I've already adjusted the sound. Let me see if it reset for some reason. I feel like the voices are super low, especially for Wolf. I'll try putting the BGM a bit lower and the voices at maximum. I feel like the voice for Wolf is super low. Let me know, guys, in the chat if the BGM, the background music is too low now. I think it should be fine. Patrash, the Amazon fits its fire. Wait, what are you guys saying? The United States government used lead for water because it was cheap and lead is bad for you. Wait, what? But what the hell? That seems like a dystopian science fiction book. What the hell? I remember, dude, all I can tell you is this: as somebody who's not from the United States seems like a fictional country. That's all I'm gonna say. I remember, for example, watching this documentary when I was young. We watched this in like high school or something, about this company. What was it called? Monsanto or whatever. They were just poisoning food and plants, and I remember thinking, this is fictional, right? Surely somebody would stop this. But I guess it was a real thing. The lead thing is a joke, but we did used to have a problem. Oh, okay, it's like a meme. It's like that meme of the that I used in one video, which people had a laugh about, of the water making the frogs gay. That's so funny, man. Once again, United States memes are just unbeatable, just so good, man. Everything in my country is just bad and boring, which is the worst type of combination you can have. At least have it be bad and entertaining, you know? But spirits can die, right? So Puka's dead?
Puka!
Interesting. Okay, I'll be honest. I don't think this is having the emotional effect that perhaps was intended, because we've barely interacted with Puka, and maybe that's a me thing. Maybe I should have gone on more secondary quests and whatnot to talk with Puka more, but I don't really care much about this. I'm emotionally invested in Tiga and Melty. I am not emotionally invested whatsoever in Wolf and Salem. I'm sorry. And Puka still looks like fan art. I'm sorry, once again, if it offends anybody that likes Puka. I don't know if we have Puka fans in the chat, but I know you guys did say that she looked cuter than Puck. And maybe, depending on what you're going for, I can concede that argument. But I still think that Puka looks like fan art. Okay, I was about to scream that Subaru hadn't told him about Wolf's mana absorption ability, but he did tell them. Yeah, once again, like I was speaking earlier, it seems that Wolf's ability is very broken because he can absorb mana infinitely, but the size of the vessel doesn't grow, right? So even if his ability is broken, his body cannot withstand it, so that seems to be what's happening here. And now my phone is charged, I can have the chat on the mobile phone in front of me. That's good. Yeah, man, if Subaru had Otto's blessing, or at least if he could somewhat communicate with Patorash, I think that would be pretty cool. Dude, grammar, that sounds terrifying. What the hell? And you would think that the government would put a stop to those type of things, right? But unfortunately, everybody's just looking at mana. Mana? Why did I say mana? Money. I was reading mana on the screen. This is my sleep deprivation, I'm sorry. Everybody's looking at mana. Guys, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. I cannot take this seriously, man. Guys, at least Buck, when he's in Beast of the End mode, he looks kind of badass, right? He looks like a giant wolf type of thing, but man, guys. What are we doing, man? As many good things as I said about the Melty and Tiga storyline, I'll be honest, this one is just not hitting for me. And this character design is just death. I cannot take it seriously, I'm sorry. That is Ricardo, correct? From the voice, it seemed like Ricardo. They're being chased by a giant squirrel, man. I just can't. She has the same face, can't you tell? No, Emilia. I cannot tell because she does not have the same face. What are you talking about? I'm going crazy, man. I swear I'm going crazy. I hope at least to entertain you guys with my madness. This game is driving me nuts. I mean, that is true. If that thing roams towards the capital, it will just destroy everything, right? Have a bunch of casualties, so that's probably not ideal. Huh, they're using this plot point. Interesting. Interesting. Man, I can't get this squirrel out of my screen, man. I just can't. I can't take it seriously. This looks like a Pokemon evolution. Is there like a fire squirrel? You know what this looks like actually? No, that's not Pachiris. This looks like Raticate, man. Look at them side by side. It's literally the same thing. It's shiny Raticate, man. It's shiny Raticate. It's the main villain of the game. The final boss is shiny Raticate. I just can't. Guys, I'll be honest, I'm kind of losing it right now. I don't know if it's the sleep or what, but I'm kind of losing it. Lopunny would win. Lopunny Enjoyer, shoutouts. I play Pokemon Pocket, so I hate Lopunny because it's such a high roll luck-based deck, but yeah, kind of scary when it gets going, but I mean, I'll just skip ahead the text, man. I can't have this in front of me. I'm losing it. I'm sorry, I cannot take any of this seriously. Please let's get back to Melty and Tiga having an emotional moment because I'm losing it, man. This game is losing me. You cannot have a guy called Wolf say I came straight from hell while having a giant squirrel on the screen, man. I'm sorry, the vibes are just off.
A true great spirit, interesting. So you can become a great spirit if you have enough mana injected into you, which is probably useful to know for future reference.
経緯はさくらと同じさ。さくらが従ってるお母様ってやつがサルムのお目付け役にプーカを。
Interesting. So Puka was already under control of Mother. Very interesting. Once again, I'm loving the lore implications. I cannot take the squirrel seriously, but the lore implications are fire. Interesting. So even spirits are on the side of Mother. Can Capella change the shape of spirits? I don't think she can, right? Because she only affects the body, not the soul, I would presume. Which also connects with the conversation I had like an hour or so ago, that Capella can change memories because memories are tied to the soul, which she cannot alter. But interesting. Capella had a spirit working for her. Huh. Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
もっともさくらそれでも俺には優しく思いやりがあるように見える。だから
ウォルフって何なの？本名それが
ウォルフのことは俺にもわからない。サルムとあいつとじゃ
really are different people. I mean, I think it's just, like I said, Salem just disassociating and making another personality to be able to cope emotionally and psychologically with the bad things he had to do for Melty, to save Melty, you know? The bad orders that he had to follow from Mother.
心に二人の人間。
人の体、器というもの。
サルムは俺と同じでメルのあいつはあいつとは話す。
I don't know where this storyline is going, but I think, once again, with certain things in Rezero, I think sometimes it's more fun and more entertaining if they're actually more grounded and less based in fantasy, which I know sounds kind of hypocritical since I said I love fantasy, and I truly do. But I think it would be better for me if Salem just sort of realizes that Wolf is Cope. Literally and figuratively. Imagine if you're just a random guy in Lugunica. Imagine if you're Kadamon, right? You're just selling apples, chilling. All of a sudden, people in the capital start rioting, going crazy. You're like, what the hell is going on? All of a sudden, you're saved by the furry trio and Anastasia, who's a very important person, who you know because you're a merchant. And you're like, okay, this has been a weird day. And all of a sudden, you hear a huge explosion. You look in the distance and you see, wait, what is that? Is that a squirrel? Is that a giant squirrel attacking the people? Damn, this is a weird day.
私たちはともかく勇者の
パトラッシュ、何時間も進まねえ。けどお前が俺たちも全力で抗う。
Once again, the roar for Patrash in this game is like, brother, that doesn't sound like a land dragon, that sounds like a proper dragon.
このままエミリアスバルも
戦えるの。
Interesting, he's thinking about resetting.
変な顔して自分を追いここまでスバルが頑張ってくれた分。
Now it's my turn, okay.
スバル？
じゃの子。
スバル？
Easy peasy.
いや。いつだって。
Once again, this Emilia pre-memories was a bit nerfed, but I think this Emilia is still pretty strong. It's a giant squirrel made of fire, guys. How tough can it be?
はい、スバル君。
かろうじてだが。
Ricardo.
ならワイヤノーテ。お嬢に言ったってくれ。なんせ鉄の牙の視力。そう
そう。
Mimi.
お姉ちゃん。
リカード。それに
アナスタシアス。
エミリアタンと鉄の牙。それに。
Once again, like this is roughly the same group. Obviously, a few less people, and Emilia is here. This is roughly the same group that fought the White Whale. Obviously, minus Wilhelm plus Emilia. I'm sorry, man, but I don't feel the stakes are high because I find it tough to believe that this group cannot beat a giant squirrel. I cannot get past that.
エミリアタン、やろ。 いいかみんな。俺たちの目的は時間稼ぎだ。今ここで一緒に戦ってく。誰か一人が欠けて。まだ礼を言うには早いよな。
But once again, why is surgery finishing like the end point? Melty being fine with her surgery doesn't change anything, no? They still need to beat Sakura, they still need to beat the wolf, they still need to beat the squirrel. Melty is not the timer. Save your progress, let's go. Under the Eyes of Heaven. I mean, Under the Eyes of Heaven is like a super cool chapter name. Melty status and the discussion between members, okay. Okay, what is your choice? Let's see if I have a choice. Tape had a laugh directing this. Yeah, I think so too as well. I'm gonna lose it when I see Patrash's evolution. I mean, the game seems to be heading in that direction, so... But I do think that the music could be a bit louder now. I will raise it up just one level. I think 3 was fine, it's just that the voices were too low. So for those of you who have missed previous streams, I'm not really doing a speedrun in the traditional sense that I'm just optimizing everything, obviously because I'm playing the game for the first time, but I really never did any sort of secondary quests or anything like that, so I don't have a lot of items, and usually speaking, when there is an option in the game, I never really get any options because I didn't collect any items, so let's see if I actually get to decide anything. I guess the logic is if Melty is fine, she can stop Wolf. Emotionally speaking, she can just tell Wolf, hey man, just stop it, and he will, probably. I guess that's the logic here. Yeah, I mean, Ferris has also been at this for hours now, no? So... This is a very good moment for Rum to sort of just diffuse the situation, crack a few jokes, make the mood more relaxed. Modesty doesn't suit you. True. Four hours surgery. That's actually insane. That's actually an insane mental toll. Once again, not sure if there are any doctors in the chat or anything, but damn, that's insane. 4 hours, that's tough. Will I be able to decide? Oh, yes! Oh, very interesting. Interesting. Well, so maybe somebody familiar with this game can help me here? Because prioritize stabilizing her condition seems to be the kinder option, but at the same time, like the color scheme leads me to believe this is perhaps the bad option and this is the good option. Maybe I'm overthinking it, not sure. Let me once again reread the text. Oh, I can't click ask. I cannot click escape to read the previous text. So, I mean, prioritize stabilizing her condition. I want to avoid a bad ending, so can I just save here? I cannot save, goddammit. Let's try this one. Change the future. I think that's a good option. So let's go with that one.
どっと
本当だったらそれなのにこうやって今だったら
ちょいのちょいまあでいや味方としてはめちゃくちゃ心強いけど
今は味方だ。
さすがエミリ
もうスバル。
いやいやそうじゃん確かに今
So does this mean we're going to get a
と
mission?
にかくフェリスこっちは
言われなくてもそう。
悪かったさてあとは具体的に
夏木スバル、我々には
やるべきことが
そうだ。プーカが放つ炎は強力だ。
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this still is, once again, pre-memory Emilia. She can't just freeze all of it. And even then, apparently, Puka should have infinite mana, so she should be pretty strong. Perhaps under this very specific context, she maybe is stronger than Puck.
消化と足止めに戦力
ですが
炎もそうだが、メルティ様の手術は純生霊たちの力で。
確か
ちなみに僕なら消化もう少し明るい時間だったらよかったん
Once
だけど
again, Puck being extremely useful.
いざって時にリアを守れ
当たり前だ
大精霊
For those of you who voted that Puck would be useful, I'm sorry guys, it's never happening in the story ever, it's just not a thing.
そうやな。
頼めるか
もちろんです。ただ消化に集中していると
そりゃ仕方ねえよ
いや、よう考えたら平太郎が戦いに参加。
ミミと平太郎でわーってするのは超強力。それならちゃんと出せるようになら平気。
よしそれじゃあ平太郎
For those of you who remember, the triplets have this attack that they just scream and just blow up air magic, which is very strong, allegedly.
方向張ってこう。
Resonance Wave.
方向
ソニックなんとかってのは。
そうそう。ミミと平太郎でわーってしたらドーンってなる。
Great explanation, Mimi. Thank you. Thank you for the very insightful comments.
お前ら説明とにかくはいさてようやく
ああ、
Okay, let's see if we have decisions for this. Make a protective wall of ice or support with healing magic.
さてどうする
Interesting. Should we stop them? Support with healing magic? Once again, the bottom option seems to be perhaps the kinder option, but I'm a bit more inclined to click on the top one. Just I don't know why. I think the main healers are busy with Melty. The only healers you really have is probably Rem. And I think that's just an inefficient use of mana. I think Protective Wall of Ice seems better. I'll just try that, especially to figure out if there's a good option and a bad option. So let's try this one. Change the future.
あのさ例えば
氷の
そうだエミリアタンにもレ
できると思う。確かに。
Huh, interesting.
でもできる
はい。レマにも氷のお役に。
いや謝る必要はねえよでも
はい。
とはいえ
私なら
Yeah, when it comes to absurd amounts of ice, just trust Emilia on that one.
私に声をか
Rem
け
is
て
more
ね
of a normal person.
他には何かない
大丈夫だと思う。
ああもうあいつらはこっちは平太郎が
なんや。
悪いいらぬ心配で
夏木スバル。K の器具も。
Okay, another turning point. Okay, I don't have these ones. Okay, just a single option. Leave it to Julius.
俺の考えは
I guess that's the only thing I can do, so leave it to Julius.
どうした？
例えばなんだけど
あ
すげえなずっと慌てふためくような集体を晒してくれや
I think I probably would have picked that one either way, because, you know, we all know that Subaru and Julius are the number one yaoi sheep in Rezero, so
それは無理な相談だ。
obviously Julius has to save his boyfriend, right? He can't just leave him
いかな
hanging.
る時も守るべき民を
これまた可愛げない返し
夏木スバル。K はない。
ユリウス
あ
その最後の最後もちろん
わかった。
ああ
バルス。
Okay,
そろそ
I
ろい
think
いか
that's
しら
it.
そうですね。
確かにそうだ
それじゃバルス。
ああ
すまない。
何言ってんだメルティちゃんを
あ
あ
Let's go.
夏木スバル。や
あああそうだな
Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm ready to bang. I am so ready to bang. Let's bang. Ah! Guys. I'm going to save here just because I want to lock in my decisions in another save, right? So that I can go back in time. Final battle. Guys, I'm losing it. I don't know if I can make it, man. I don't know if I can make it. Brain surgery can take 13 hours. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Hello, gamer, weeb gamer. Sup, man? Oh, leave it to Rum as an option. Oh, okay, I see. I see. Well, leave it to Julius. Is probably more reliable. Rum is probably better in the operation room and just overall less combat effective than Julius without her horn, so... Okay, but good to know. Thank you for letting me know what the other option was. Dude, but this squirrel, man, I'm sorry, like, what are we doing? Peak gameplay, guys, are you seeing this? Oh, interesting. He's absorbing all the mana. Guys, whoever directed this game, like, surely they know that this is not a presentation conducive to, you know, high stakes. This is gonna be the thumbnail after the stream is done.
そうです、スバル君。
詳しい話は後だ。それこそ可視化できるほどの大量の今のウォルフは我々のでもそれじゃあどうする？エミリアタン考えろ。
Okay, we have the gang all together. Let's go. Crucian armor actually looks pretty cute in this chibi format. She looks like less puffy than Emilia, for example. Yep, we go straight for Wolf. Go for the healer first, that's common tactic in RPG. I can't, man. Come on, dude, let's bang, let's bang. I want to take a screenshot of this beauty. This is so gonna be the thumbnail. Okay, so let's observe what we have, right? So, item. Do I have any for the mission? No. Okay, cool. Now, space. Okay. Puka will move if doing certain actions. Consider what requests can be given. Don't forget about the trump card. The trump card is the wall of ice, correct? So we're supposed to retreat towards buy time until Melty wakes up. So we have to fail. Puka reaches the dragon carriage. Subaru dies. Okay. So we have to stop Puka from reaching the red line. We have to slow her down as much as possible. We have the wall of ice as our trump card. Can't we just lead with that? I don't see any reason not to use it right from the beginning, right? I'm assuming it's going to be a wall that will stall Puka for X turns. I'm hoping X is a lot. Let's just start with that. Let's just talk with Emilia. Sup, babe? Let's go.
Emilia, ダメ、私にお願いが。エミリアだ。待ってなさい。 待ちなさいウォルフ。
無駄なんでば。
私の
そういうこと。
Okay.
あいつら落ち着
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So my plan here is Wolf absorbs mana, right? So he should be vulnerable to physical attacks. I think Krush will always do the 100 Feld when magic attacks, so I'm thinking either Rem or Ricardo are probably the best for this. Probably Ricardo, because he literally doesn't have magic, at least as far as I know, so let's just ask Ricardo to bang out Wolf, right? Let's ask the Wolf to beat the Wolf.
ああ、それじゃあ単独攻撃することでウォルフの
なるほ
頼めるか。
ど。もちろんや。悪いなに、いや、ある。
王戦候補者。
お嬢は商人や。せやけど、運が悪かった。
ガー。なんて動くだ。
Dude, the graphics, man, are so silly. Why is blood like that?
観念するんやな。
でもおかげで集中が。
Okay, that was good.
スバル君。
よし。
Okay.
さて。
A powerful blow. Okay, so if we need a powerful blow, once again, if this was like just plain Rezero, it would be different, but in-game logic, I think Emilia is always using those sort of small crystals. I'm going to ask Krush for a big blow. Krush or Mimi for the resonance. But we don't see Hetaro and the other kids here, so I don't know if I can assume they'll just show up. I'll just ask Krush. I think it's the safest option.
クリスさん、今のプーカー
無論そのつもりだ。
That sounds powerful, yep.
死んじゃったりしないよ。
ああ、大丈夫だ。
やりすぎを心配する。
ああ。
Let's go. How will this be animated?
おとなしくして。
Okay, for my expectations of this fight, that wasn't even bad. That wasn't that bad.
命までは取らん。やはりいつまで命を切る。
待たせたなプーカ。
しまった。
せやったら。の。
Okay, is this AoE fire damage?
くそー。無敵状態のプーカに防がれるんじゃ。
Interesting.
ウォルフを狙っても意味がねえ。どうする？望みを捨てたら。そうだ。
Oh, ice wall? Yeah, let's do the ice wall.
よし。
Okay, let's do the ice wall. Cool. Let's see how you guys are finding this riveting gameplay. She farts flame. Why can't every game look this good? I know, right? Why do you guys need GTA 6 when you have Prophecy of the Throne? Xavier Renegade Angel. What is that? I'm so curious. It's going to be good, isn't it? If it's similar to this game, then it's going to be very, very good. Xavier. I could have just copied what you wrote. Renegade Angel. What the hell is this? What the hell is this, brother? What the hell is this? Okay, so let's talk to Emilia for the wall of ice.
エミリアだ。
わかった。思いっきり。
Just to note something that I think must be noted because it is a noticeable improvement from the other fights in the game. Like this fight has a sort of logical continuum, and I can sort of guess what the game wants me to do based off my knowledge of Rezero, which is not the same at all for any of the other fights in this game. Especially the one that I spent more time than I would like to admit on, the stealth mission. That was very, you know, not ideal. But this one, up until now, it's flowing very well. I feel like I'm connected with the developers finally right at the end. I think I'm understanding what they want me to do in the mission, so it's flowing well. Let's go.
これならどう？
さあ
マナを吸収して回復させちゃ
反則はお互いさ。プーガー
Interesting.
プーガー。
スバル
くそ。さあ。プーガー。エミリア。
Hey, here is Puck. Is he going to finally do something?
リアありがとう助かったぞどうやらくそ
Oh wait, it's just us three now? Okay, Emilia should be able to use healing magic. Okay. Yeah, so technically the others are affected, right? So let's just use healing magic from Emilia.
ねえスバル
そう。
プーガー。
くそ。みんなの様子を見てから回復してほしいやつを指示する。
わかったスバ
So,
スバルどうしたの
おいおいおい。
wait, what? They didn't even let me choose. Okay.
しまった。
急ぎましょう
わかったエミリアタン。しまった。
おいおい。
What? I'm not even doing anything. What the hell?
1秒だって。
Okay, so this is my logic here. Salem said that he used all of his mana on Puka so she could break the ice wall. So if he used all of his mana, but I mean he's just absorbing more, right? I was thinking maybe I could ask Krush to do another 100 Feld. That would probably be effective at this point. I'm not entirely sure what he wants me to do, and I once again, I maybe it's a bad assumption, but I'm thinking I should use more than one character in this stage of the game. So maybe at some point I'll also have to use Ram, I'll also have to use Mimi. Let me ask the characters. Do you want to be healed, Queen?
クリシュさんすまない大丈夫だ。エミリアタン。わかった。
クルシさん
Oh, okay, so the choice was useless. She's literally just going to heal everybody. Okay. Arigato! Mimi's so cute.
ありがとうございます
だだ。
Okay.
このままじゃ惜し考え。
So I should be asking somebody for advice. Who should I ask for advice? I mean, the smartest character here is probably Krush. But maybe is it time to use our trump card? Maybe can we try using the thing? Can we try attacking once again with Ricardo? He's also a good leader. Maybe he can give some good advice. Maybe we can try attacking with Ricardo, distracting Salem, and this time using Mimi for the big voice resonance against the squirrel. How do we beat the squirrel? Let's try asking Ricardo. He's a sort of leaderish figure.
Ricardo, この状況。
急にそのせやけど、ユリウスならそうや。
Oh, interesting.
わかった。
頼んだ。
Okay, so that was a correct choice. I need to go back and ask Julius for help. Okay. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Let's go for Julius.
ユリウス。
わかった。
Here is the man, the myth, the legend. Our boyfriend. Let's go, boyfriend.
この場。しまった。ユリウス、さっきの言葉はとにかく。
あ、もちろんだ。
こんな感じで。
いいだろう夏希
ありったけな
Oh, they're trying to overclock him? Give him a lot of mana for him to absorb so that his vessel just blows up?
そこに。
あいにくあの。
黙ってろ偽物。なあサル。
今。
ああ偽物に偽物って。おいサルム。
Subaru would know a lot about people taking over someone's body and being a fake. Once again, it feels like this game is so relevant with Arc 6 airing out right now.
なあサルム。俺たちはメティーガのやつは分かってくれた。サルム。
黙れ。黙れ。 黙れ。
サルム聞こえてるんだろ。
完全に風化。
なんてな。
Nice, 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 nice.
任せとき兄ちゃん。
サンキューパック。
計画通り。Translator note: 計画 means plan.
どういたしましにしても。
そんな可能性あったの？
なぜだ。
悪いなウォルフ。エミリアタンの全米が涙する主演女優賞。
ねえスバル、全米って
What's America?
私誰かを泣かせちゃったの？
What is America? Who did I bring to tears?
悪いエミリ。とにかく風化の無敵状態解除には。ということでユリ。
分かっている。
エミリアタン、レム、ミミ、ユリウスと一緒にプーカを頼む。
はい、スバル。
Why not Krush as well?
悪いが
Nice, nice, nice. There is Krush. Dude, by the way, can you imagine being a Rezero voice actor? You're used to absolute peak, and then they ask you to voice act for this game, and this is what you're seeing on the screen.
兄ちゃん、ワイもいるで。
The blood, man. The blood is so funny.
クルシさん、
こちらは
ワイら。
ああ、耳やってくれ。
お兄さん任せて。はい。
よくやった耳、平太郎。
それでは仕上げをお願いします。
ああ、任せてもらおう。
I can't help but take so many screenshots. This is so goofy. Dude, how are they going to animate this? Julius didn't even do anything. Julius literally didn't even do anything. Oh, okay, he's charging up. Hold on, guys, hold on. Prepare to be amazed by the graphics. Hold on, GTA 6 is coming, okay? That was nowhere near as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I'll be honest. It surprised me. Okay, now it's Melty's time to shine. I think this is it for the mission. Tape took the wheel. Did you see ReZero Season 4 enter the top 10 my anime list? Yeah, I saw that, It made me very happy that 3 out of the top 10 spots are still Gintama. That's super cool. This is the ReZero I remembered. Julius' aura farming. I mean, his attack looked the best up until now. So, I mean, the competition isn't steep, but
誰かといる世界は世界が優しくあなたのティーガだってティーガは村の子じゃそれなのにティーガが一緒にいられたのはパラダールの外にはそして違う本当は私ティーガに願った
Interesting. Also, a lot of imposter syndrome. Once again,
一人にしないでだから
a lot of self-doubt.
ティーガはずっと
I keep saying this, but it's actually a very good timing that I'm playing this game at the same time as Arc 6. I think there are some similar themes. For those who are anime only, this is what Subaru's inner monologue in Arc 6 is like.
本当に自分の寂しさを紛らわせるためにそうやって貼り付けたのティーガはたくさんしたって私の魔眼が私はお兄ちゃんのこともさくらさんとみんな人生が私なんて
This is literally Subaru's inner monologue in Arc 6 in the novel, by the way. There is one moment, I mentioned this in the previous episode review, where Subaru is thinking that the usual trope when the detective finds that he's the culprit with a split personality, the usual trope is to just throw himself off a cliff. And Subaru does think that, but he knows that he can't do it because of Return by Death. So he's stuck, unfortunately, living, right? Which is a super sad thing to say, but you know, that's where his mental state is at during Arc 6.
よかったのに。
メル、
それを。
メル。俺は、確か。
喉が痛い。そんな感覚。唇と唇が合わさって、柔らかな感触と、ティーガの熱が伝わる。
This is pretty wholesome, no? This is pretty cool. I like this. Tiga's a player. I like it. I like it. I like it.
頭の中が真っ白に、それでますます。ゆっくりと唇が離れて。
The world may be ending, but Tiga is still spitting game. A true man.
遅れて猛烈なはず、すぐ目の前。
いや、あれだけ熱烈に告白してきたのに、10年目にして初めての。
After 10 years, oh wow.
我ながら、
なんてことないみたいに、でも。
How old are they? Hold on, let me know. I want to know when they met. Tiga, Rezero. Once again, if you're anime only, please do not go to the Rezero wiki. You will be spoiled. So Tiga is... doesn't say his age. I mean, let's just assume he's Subaru's age, right? So he should be around 18. So, yeah, they were around 8 when they met. That's probably it.
またその考えか。
I'll keep blocking your mouth with the same tactic.
何度でも同じやり方で。俺はそれでも大歓迎だけど。
ぐいぐいとティーガが待って。
そっか。
ふいっと身を引いて。
This is so cute. They're so cute together. It almost makes me forget about the ugly squirrel.
最初に出てきた。こんなの。
10年前初めて会った。
ティーガの10年前その子にいなくそうしてだから。
メル、実は俺。
Which is once again something that I don't understand why he never told her before, because I think it's a very relevant piece of information, especially for her own self-esteem, right? But yeah.
決定的な言っていなかったこと、私に。
俺、鈍感のカゴってカゴの持ち主で。だから、俺がメルにぞっ
It was love at first sight. Once again, it goes back to the conversation we had at the beginning of the stream. I think this is a very common trope in Japanese anime, not so much in Western media. I think it's almost frowned upon in Western media. Honestly, I would even say it's the reverse, because usually in Western media it's more common that somebody has a lot of boyfriends and girlfriends and then finds the one, right? Whereas in Japan there seems to be this thing of, you know, the person you found when you were a child, you were destined and you spend your life together. To be totally honest, just once again, life advice. I don't really agree with either option necessarily. I definitely don't think you should limit your entire life of who you met in kindergarten, right? But at the same time, I don't think you need to run through like the entire city to find the right person, right? I think there's a healthy in-between, hopefully, for some of you, for most of you. But yeah, this is, I will be honest, I'm a romantic at heart. I think this is very sweet. Even though I don't think it is realistic, I think it is incredibly sweet.
メルの儚げな魅力にやられてさ。メル。
なんてことだって。
What kind of ridiculous name is that? That is a ridiculous name. This is okay. I'm just gonna say this one without context. It's not a spoiler, okay? There is a divine protection in the world of ReZero. That is the divine protection of ball balancing. Okay, novel readers are laughing right now because they know what I mean by this, but there are some asinine divine blessings in ReZero. That's all I'm gonna say. Ball balancing is like the most ridiculous one that I can think of. Doesn't Reinhardt also have a divine blessing in one of the side stories where he can taste curry or something? It's something to do with cooking. It's very, very stupid. So the divine blessings can be very useful or very silly.
そんな適当な嘘でティーガのバカ。
俺の言うことは信じられない？
それ。
俺はメルに嘘はつかないよ。だから。
そう言いながら。
メル。今まで俺はもし俺が魔眼の影響を受けてないって知ったら。
Interesting.
俺を怖がると思ったんだ。
I mean, from his perspective, I can see why he would think that, right? Because Melty, because of her ability, she's super paranoid. and maybe she would become afraid of Tiga because he's the only person she can't control, right? Once again, man, this storyline is cooking. I'm really enjoying this.
それ仮に長んどうもできず
俺はそれメルにとって怖い。だから俺は取りつでもさ、本当の俺を知ったらメルは怖がって会って間もないような。
This is I just chase after you. That is so Subaru coded.
そう言ってあの瞬間それを見この子の絵
メル
ティーガが私の手を握るさくらさんが王冠という
俺はメルのそばでメルのことを
Once again, I can see why they get along so well. This is super Subaru coded. This is so sweet. This is so sweet.
気づいてあの時
The thing
こ
is,
の小屋で
despite
突然
it
現
being
れ
a
た
very
男の子が
psychologically torturous anime, right?
それを手放したくな
I
いと
think
思っ
that
た時
at
から
his core, I think Tape is a bit of a romantic, and I think you can see this in things like this and things like, for example, the Wilhelm and Therese storyline, which I think he is overly romantic even, and I have some problems, major problems with that storyline. Which is why, all of this to say, I think ReZero will have a happy ending. I think Subaru and Emilia will end up together, and I think it will be sweet. From everything we've seen, I would be extremely surprised if ReZero had one of those bittersweet endings where the characters just end up in a not good place, right? I think that's not going to happen. I think ReZero will have a very sweet ending, very wholesome. And if this and many other storylines are anything to take conclusions from, then I think Tape is also a pretty romantic person. And he just likes to sort of also add in the struggle, because it's the struggle that makes moments like this so sweet, right? If we didn't fight the giant squirrel, would you guys still like this scene? The answer is yes, but hypothetically speaking, just say no so that I can make a point.
私そんな当たりそして
This is the ReZero I remember. I've never played this game. Sup, Gargar? Aren't you loving this game, man? Salt reasoning. Yeah. It was the divine protection of salt reasoning. It's so stupid, man. It's such a stupid blessing. I'm sorry. It's just so funny. How many divine protections Reinhardt can hold? No, Bubba. According to what we know up until this point, I don't think there is any limit. However, I would assume there is a limit in usage, as in, let's say that two divine protections have like similar or contradictory powers. I would assume he can't use both at the same time. And also, despite being very overpowered, Reinhardt is still a human, so there is still a sort of like brain computation cost of like using so many blessings at the same time, right? You also have to get creative with so many options to use. Yeah, sup Gargar, in case you just entered the chat, yeah, this is the final boss. We've already beaten him, I think, and it is ridiculous. I hope you get to see the CGI, because it's even worse. I larked this game and all the important information from it. I'm planning on making a sort of like summary and game review video. I'm not still sure how I'm going to package it, but I'm pretty much going to make a video just summarizing my experience playing this game, like the important lore bits and the gameplay bits, and yeah, I will allow more people to LARP as well.
よく動けるもんだな。
いえそうは
安心しろよ。一人何者ナプか。
Once again, for those who are just joining the stream, since I see we do have a few more viewers now, I love the Melty and Tiga storyline. I'm very emotionally invested in that, but the whole thing with the giant squirrel, it's just jumping the shark for me. I mean, I'm sorry, man, but Puck, when he's Beast of the End, he looks threatening, he looks imposing. The squirrel is just... I can't. I just can't.
訴えはわかるが相手にも
レム大丈夫いいえ
Rem is a psychopath. She will keep going. As long as Subaru is nearby, she will keep going, no matter what. It's one of the things I missed. Rem glazes Subaru so much in this game, it's actually insane. pre-memory wipe Rem was a special character. That's all I'm gonna say. She's a ride or die. She's a dedicated woman. You cannot mess with her. Find yourself somebody that loves you as much as Rem loves Subaru, and you'll probably be set for life. My queen, she's always here to save Subaru. Praise be Mistress Rum. And before somebody says that Rum doesn't care about Subaru, she's just saving him because Ram likes him or something. Which is why we use Julius as the trump card and not Rum, because Rum without her horn is just, you know, not the best. She's not even a glass cannon, she's more of a one-shot cannon. One shot, very good, but after that, meh, not too much in terms of stamina. I love the mirroring hands, it's so cute. Even with little animation, I love the little details like this. Some hands do look awkward though. Julius's hands are terrifying, looks like a nightmare, but these ones are cool. Can Melty actually do something? Yo, just tell your brother to chill out. Just tell him, yo brother, chill. What's wrong with you? Why so angry? She's literally doing that. Oh, really, Garkar? Oh, wow. Oh, man. I mean, I do have to go to sleep eventually. I do have to sleep. I have a big day tomorrow. But damn, that's super cool. Thank you for letting me know. I will read them next week. Or I will read them this weekend because I'm obsessed. But I will make a video next week, is what I meant. But yeah, I will read them this week because I can't just not read them, right? I'm loving Arc 10 so much. The evil eye is uncontrollable. Interesting. I thought that Wolf would care more for Melty. Interesting. Is this perhaps a bit of, much like I was saying, I think that Wolf is sort of like the cope, the sort of disassociation that happened in Salem from the horrible circumstances. This is perhaps a bit of, you know, genuine grievance that Wolf, or should I say Salem, has with Melty, that he was never able to express directly to her. I mean, he is kind of justified in a way. His little sister did give him a lot of trouble. So, once again, I'm enjoying the storyline. It's just, we could do without the squirrel. That's all I'm gonna say. As if he'd been slapped in the face. I never forgot about you. Interesting, so she knew about the split personality? Once again, she is so Emilia coded, man. I was averting my eyes. This is so Emilia coded. I think in many ways, why I said this is a glimpse of the possible future of Rezero is because Tiga is very Subaru coded, just much smoother and more of a player and just more overall, you know, less of a dork. But he's very Subaru coded and Melty is so Emilia coded. It's crazy. I feel like I'm getting spoilers for Arc 12 by playing this game. Once again, for those who are not used to playing visual novels, it is not the industry standard for every single line to be voice acted. So I do appreciate that, and I think for what it's worth, you can see some of lines are just the voice actors having fun and phoning it in, right? As I would when I saw the graphics for this game. But some voice performances seem good, honestly. I can feel the effort. I'm not saying that this is like the 100th take, you know, that they spent a lot of time on the booth, but I think for what it's worth, they did a good job, and I'm really enjoying the voice performances from everybody in this game. The only voice performance I didn't like, but not because of the voice performance itself, but because of the actual mixing in the game, was Betelgeuse's. In some moments, he was speaking very softly, and you literally couldn't hear him, which is very strange for the game to mix it up like that, but yeah, that's more of a game issue and not necessarily his voice performance, because when he was speaking loud, it was very enjoyable. Just that when he was speaking slow, it was, yeah, it was... I couldn't hear him over the music. What is that? Oh, is it a candy? Oh, it's an apple. That's a screenshot? Hold on. That's a meme. Dude, I was saying that Kadomon, despite being a tertiary character, has such a story arc in this game. I can't believe they used the apple for the grand climax. That's actually super cool, man. Once again, this is... I know I keep sounding like a schizophrenic. That's mostly because of sleep deprivation. I should be in bed right now. But besides the sleep deprivation, I genuinely think this game has a lot of cool story beats. I think you can sort of see where Tape wrote the thing and where the game just sort of, you know, was taken over by somebody else, because the gameplay is so goofy, but the story, especially the later half, this is so enjoyable. I like this so much. I can't believe the apple came full circle. This is actually so cool, man. This is so cool. I'm almost getting emotional. I'm not gonna get emotional on stream. That's not something that's gonna happen. But if I was by myself, it may have been different. This is super cool, man. Especially after those gruesome descriptions of the bugs entering her, and you know, every single time we reset with Subaru and the bugs, which was a lot of times. This feels very cathartic, man.
Subaru やエミリア様、王戦公大勢がメルのため、それでメルは解放されたんだ。
Salem and Wolf. Will Salem be free as well, or will Wolf stick with him? Okay, no, there's still more. He still hasn't given up.
これはまずいな。すでにあの
今さらだ。お兄ちゃん。おめでとうメルティ。自由バザイ。
I will give a criticism here. Some of you will say it's a nitpick. Me personally, it's a legitimate criticism. I think Tape, at the beginning of Rezero, he had this sort of bad habit of not taking the ending when emotions were at their peak. And he always had this thing of doing the sort of switcheroo when doing the twist. No, this is the ending. This is the real ending now. And I think he did this with Betelgeuse. I think, once again, I know this may be controversial for some people. In my opinion, the fight, the chase that happened with the carriage, where Subaru sent the fire spell against Betelgeuse, I don't think that added much. I think the ending of Betelgeuse should have been Subaru and Julius. That was the cathartic, climactic moment. That was the best moment. And anime-onlys won't know this, but in the novel, Elsa actually doesn't die against Garfield. She still is in sort of zombified, I don't even know what to call, but she's pretty much a walking corpse, and she chases after Subaru once again, and Subaru manages to escape the mansion and leave her burning in the mansion. So he also defeats her by himself in a fight after the fight. I think this would be the perfect moment to wrap it up. I was getting emotional, I was getting with it. I don't feel the need for Wolf to be no, I'm still evil and whatnot, I think this would be the moment to wrap it up. Once again, I think this is a criticism of early Tape writing, and as far as I know, I don't think he does this a lot nowadays, at least as far as I can remember from the most recent arcs in the novel. And once again, the squirrel just kills me, man. Any emotional investment that I had, the squirrel just takes away. This is so edgy. I will follow the way of the villain. Krush looks so disheartened. Yeah, I mean, can't she just touch Salem and affect him with her power of the evil eye? Can't she just manipulate him? In a good way, obviously, this time. Through me, yep. Evil Eye of Calamity? Might as well use it, right? This reminds me of the Deku versus Todoroki fight. Shout out to My Hero Academia fans. It's your power, you know, might as well use it and not be ashamed of who you are. This is so self-aware by Subaru, because it is excessively edgy for him to say, I will walk the path of the villain. Is a hard-ass title, Malevolent Masked Magician. Yeah, it's true. You probably didn't see the earlier streams, but I actually spoiled his identity because of that, because I thought that name was so Chunibyo and just so overly ridiculous that I went to the Wikipedia to see what the original Japanese one was, and I just spoiled that he was Salem, so... Oh yeah, for Arc 10, yeah, he's been doing always an extra chapter in the light novels, right? Yeah. He's been doing that all the way since at least Arc 6, right? Because a lot of people were surprised by the Garfield intermission, but I wasn't, because I read the light novel version, so that was included in volume 20. So, but I did find it surprising that web novel readers even thought it was filler, which was funny to me. I don't know how to feel about this, because I think the ending should be climactic and impressive, right? But at the same time, I do appreciate the meta humor of Subaru calling out how edgy and ridiculous he is, so... Bit of a mixed bag here. Wasn't Ram out of mana? What is she doing? Just throwing wind? Earlier Subaru, he didn't know parkour, so he just stumbled on the ground miserably. It was great. Arc 2 vibes. Does he just break his gate here? That's crazy, no? Because he used Shamak against Garfield? But he does have Ferris nearby, so probably won't break his gate as of this moment, right? Right, he's insensitive, right. Such a cool way to use everybody's abilities. Once again, Tape is such a good writer. I like this so much. You can feel his fingerprints all over this. I mean, like I said previously, that divine protection may not be super, you know, combat effective, but even then, I wouldn't say that because this is very effective in combat, as we can see. But it's just a super good divine protection. Honestly, for real life, this is probably one of the divine protections I would choose, if I'm being totally honest. Just being able to just instantly calm down and be at peace of mind, you know? Super useful for real life. Obviously, for real life, I would just pick the Blessing of the Sword Saint and I would just go fight in the UFC and gain a bunch of money. That's a screenshot. Aww.
なんで
だが無意味と願いもだったら俺にもプー俺は
Once again, so Salem's split personality was created by him being ashamed of his actions, and he just made sort of this coping mechanism. So without Melty being in danger, the coping mechanism is useless, so it would almost be better if they were defeated as villains, right? Once again, I did make fun of it. It may sound excessively edgy, but it does make sense. I'm very curious to see how much of this will be adapted into the canon in Arc 10 with all of these characters.
ファラダールが襲われて妹とも俺は弱かった奴らにと
そうだよなのに
それはお前がいたからメルティは救われた
Interesting.
その時間でメルティは成長したその全部あの一口に感謝する
My other sibling. This seems like a one-man comedy show. Come on, Subaru, stop it. It seems like he's doing Hakugo, you know? I'm saying this because I'm currently watching Akane Banashi, and it's amazing, by the way. I don't think I said this on the last stream, but I started watching Akane Banashi, and I watched all of the available episodes, and then I just binge-read the manga in like a few days. I can't even remember the last time I did that, so it's very, very good. Not for everybody, but for those who like that type of thing, it's very, very good. Once again, why is the sound so low? Some of the voice lines are just so low, I don't understand. I think it's a literal bug in the game. One loose end. We have the giant squirrel to beat. In Arc 8 and Arc 9. Yeah. Yeah, especially it's kind of annoying for web novel readers when he adds stuff to the light novel that's actually pretty important and you feel like you're missing out a lot. Although I do understand from a business perspective, it's very smart of him because it sort of incentivizes you to buy the light novel. Obviously for, you know, for English speakers, if you want the official English translation, you know, it's kind of tough because it's still decades away. I mean, as a collector, I would want to collect everything from Rezero, at least the main story light novels, all of them, but I don't think it's happening. There was a post the other day that just triggered me because they were saying that they want to have the Arc 9 collection in 2040 or whatever they said. I can't remember the post exactly, but it made me think that there's a very real possibility that I won't be alive to collect the full Rezero canon main story in English, which made me kind of sad, not gonna lie. It was a bit depressing to think that, but yeah, I don't think I will be alive to see Arc 12 translated by Yen Press. I wish they had another company doing that, but it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know if this timeline, I don't think Tape accounted for Garfield in this timeline, to be honest. Even the thing with Betelgeuse, by the way, we're in the endgame. Betelgeuse just literally pissed off. He disappeared from the story. The white whale was also never mentioned, so... Yeah, Yen Press was already very slow, and they seem to be getting slower because I read Arc 6 through Yen Press, and it was obviously very boring and slow, but it was still bearable at the time because they had a semi-consistent interval of 3 to 4 months. Ever since they started Arc 7, it's been getting delays after delays, and it was just unbearable, right? So... I still don't know how many. I think Yen Press is probably at volume 28 or 29 now, I would assume. I'm not sure. I know 27 is out for sure, but I don't know if they're already at 28 or 29. But either way, I thought about doing a sort of re-review of Arc 7 once I read the light novel version, but I don't think it's happening anytime soon because it's gonna take years for them to even finish Arc 7, much less the entirety of Wallachia. Let's do this by force. Let's get our happy ending by beating the piss out of a giant squirrel. Where were you this entire time, Reinhardt? You absolute meathead, we needed you. It happened in a matter of seconds, this overpowered bastard. It's okay now. You son of a... What were you doing, Reinhardt? Reinhardt, tell me what you were doing right now. These dudes have been fighting the entire day. They started before it was the sunset. It's nighttime now. They just finished. You know what? I was saying that Sakura wasn't a true endgame villain because she was too weak power-wise, but I will say, if she managed to hang around Wilhelm for so many hours, even with all the insects, that's pretty impressive. That is pretty impressive. I didn't think she had it in her. Oh, never mind. He's just chilling. He's just slicing bugs. He was just chilling. Just playing with his food. I will say, I mean, he could arrest her, right? Because he's actually strong enough to where he can just incapacitate her. He doesn't need to go for the kill. But I think getting killed by Wilhelm would be like a very epic ending for her. Let's see what they do. Yeah, my mother will not. Yeah, for sure. Sakura Elemento. The effect is so silly, but okay. Okay, man, okay. This is the terrifying thing about working for Mother. She doesn't even see like prison as an option because she knows Mother will find her and kill her, so... Or maybe worse than that. Possibly worse than that. Ah, interesting. Interesting. But I mean, can she was already tired. Can she survive a full-on strike from Wilhelm? Let's see. I mean, I guess if she finds Capella soon enough, if Capella's in the capital, she can quickly heal her, right? But I don't know if she would be that kind. And we are in day 10. Congratulations. 29 just released this week. Oh, 29 comes out next month. Okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. Which volume do you guys know? I don't know the volumes by heart. Which volume is the... I mean, I don't want to spoil for anime onlys. Let's just call it the Island volume. Oh, no, no, no. This is still way. No, oh, we're still way behind. Yeah, so volume 31, when it comes out, I will probably buy it just because it's one of my favorite volumes in the entire series. It's the Island volume. So yeah, I'll probably buy this one once it comes out. But yeah, the English is never coming out, is it? The English version. Probably never coming out. Is Stride better in the web novel? That's actually very interesting because I only read, so at the time I was covering all of the Yen Press releases, and so I only had X2 and X3. I didn't have X6, it wasn't out yet. I think it is out by now. But either way, I read the web novel version of Stride, so Island is also where I started translating. Oh, that's super cool, man. What a great volume to start on, by the way. Isn't it really late there, Mr. Dio? You still streaming? Yeah, do not speak to me about the time, please. It's 3 in the morning for me. It's 3 a.m., but I want to finish this game on this stream, so let's go. Enough yapping. Let's go.
頑張ってください。このぐらいいいわけ。スバル君。
それに。
せっかく体力回復の道、どんなにフェリックス様も、まあ、それ
なんだよ。
だってあとちょっと待ってた体に無理させずに済んだ。
So this is pretty much the epilogue now. I guess things are peaceful and nice and
結果
quiet.
的には不要だ。あの場でメルティちゃんをオルフ。だから後悔しちゃいないさ。なんだよ。
But okay, this confirms that much like we were saying, because Ferris was literally right there. Subaru did not break his gate despite using Shamak, so this is a different timeline where he, let's be honest, he will still break his gate eventually. Probably against Garfield, but yeah, let's see. Yeah, don't worry, Ram. I think Subaru knows you were very suspicious. Don't ask him why he knows that, but he knows. Hey, the gang is here. Oh, I missed the screenshot? No, I don't think I did. Nice. Oh, that's why Reinhardt took so long. Because he literally went... Hold on. The place, but was that in Lugunica? Because if it was in Wallachia, like the people of Faradar are supposed to be from Wallachia, Reinhardt cannot leave the country. Huh. Interesting. Otto, this is a different timeline, but you're part of the Emilia camp now. Just accept it, man. Interesting. Does Russell have a bit of beef with Roswell? That's interesting. There seems to be a little bit of tension there. I love Ruff. Once again, I love her so much. There are people that don't like rum. Could not be me. Could not be me. Especially in Arc 2 when you meet her for the first time, man. She was just such a fun character to read for the first time because everybody was like, Emilia was super kind, Elsa was psycho, Felt was a bit of a kid and we didn't see her much after a while. So Rum was such a breath of fresh air into the cast. She was just so different from everybody else. Just such a fun character to follow, man. Ram always glazing, even putting Subaru above Reinhardt. That's a tough bar. See what I mean? This is the yin and the yang. You have Ram with the glaze and Rum with the slender. Yin and the yang, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Interesting. I mean, from a perspective of letting them do what they want and freeing the hostages, that's fine, but from a political perspective, it was Wallachia who let them get kidnapped by Capella. Capella will likely go after them again. And why are you delivering a tribe filled with people with very special and useful and powerful powers to Wallachia, a kingdom that hates you and wants to take you over given the chance? I don't think this is super logical from a political perspective, but I get it's the sort of happy ending, everybody wins or whatever, but yeah. Yeah, Emilia, you think that's for the best because you think with your heart, not with your head, right? And your head doesn't think very much at all either way, so. I didn't know. This is once again one of those story revelations that I didn't know. Maybe this is known from side stories. Why does Roswell and Russell have beef? I didn't know they had beef. They're friends? I guess in the same way that Julius and Subaru are friends. This is so sad. They're all friends. Krush is like, what are you dorks talking about? Let's talk business. He's always getting into trouble. Interesting. Just invite him into the camp, man. We all know it's coming. Patron of our family. Interesting. I won't say why. Once again, I have to make one of these days. I will make a novel-only stream, guys, because there's a lot of things that I'm biting my tongue on. I want to one day make a novel-only stream. In fact, I think it may be the perfect opportunity. I will let you know. This is not a promise, okay? This is just an idea I had. You guys know that I do the chapter reviews for the web novel. I'm thinking of each time a volume ends to just do a sort of celebration stream, I guess, just talking about it and possible theories and whatnot, and just talk with you guys in a more open way. If you guys are interested in that, let me know. I do think it would probably be best for me if I did those streams during the afternoon, where I'm actually more energetic and not whispering into the microphone. But yeah, these nightly streams have a different vibe, for sure. Holy shit, is Russell Fallow. Really, a side story you could tell me about in terms of what? Sorry, I missed the thread. in terms of Russell and Roswell having beef.
すごく
それは正直
悪気がない。まあこんなことみんな
そんな覚え全くね
That's right, that's the first loop. With Otto with the shank, with the knife, London Otto doing work.
ロズワール
引き取る
そんな
Take him in, it's like they're
複雑な話
adopting him. This is so
単
funny.
に屋敷の御用達商人にするでもオットーは目端が利く。
どれが決め手になった意見ですかね
ならロズワール様のけ
悪いことは
He's
言
too
わね
passive to deny
え
rum.
ロズワールの悪口は言うな。
もう
オットー君
Stand up for yourself, man. Actually, don't, because in this case, it's actually better for you if you just join the
オット
Emilia
ー君
camp.
が嫌ならスバルは
なんかややこしい人間関係が見える申し出を断るほど命知らずじゃないですし目指せ辺境派どう
おまたし
なるべく
I don't know why I'm so
お願
happy
いしま
because
す
I know
よ
this happens in the story, but it still
僕は
feels like
自分の
an
夢
important moment.
自分の店を持つって夢を叶えるまで
You guys asked me to rank my top 5 ReZero characters a while back. I have to make a tier list of all the ReZero characters. I think just in a vacuum without having the list in my head, right? Especially because there's so many characters and it's like late for me, but just off the top of my head, I think Otto is probably in my top 10. I love Otto so much. He's such a fun character, especially in the novel. Especially in the novel.
いなくなったメルティ様
Otto is oftentimes the adult in the room. In a camp full of idealistic dreamers like the Emilia camp, I think you need a guy like Otto. Otto is needed. Night streams are good too. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a different vibe. This is more of an ASMR stream almost because I'm just whispering. Oh, you mean Russell and Roswell? Yeah, interesting. I feel like there's a side story for every single character interaction that Tape wrote that I've never read. The ones at the top of my list are still the Elsa side stories. I really want to read those. And the F side stories, which people ping me almost monthly if I've read them already. I'm like, no, not yet. I have to read the ifs, even if it's just for the LARPing aspect of it.
別れの言葉
もうスバル
まあ
バルスのぼやきはともかくフェリックス様
I
の
mean,
騎士ギリ
for
スと
them it's also
ダム
the
がそれ
thing
だ
of
け
they
苦
have
労
to
した
run
こと
away,
か
right? Because Mother will come after them. I think in this canon, right, we're in Arc 3, so Elsa's still alive, Amelie's still alive and working for Mother. I think it's totally reasonable that because they failed and turned against her, that Mother sends Elsa and Melee to kill Melty. I think that's a totally reasonable timeline. I think for the game they'll have a happy ending, right? But realistically speaking, if we're talking about the ReZero universe, I don't think Melty would have a happy ending because I think Mother would just chase her until the ends of the world.
その心中はいえ大したことでは
ふむいや一番奮起していたのは
気落ちおお
分かった私からは何もない
魔眼の影響を受けていたリッケルト殿など大いに奮起しておいででしたから
Daily reminder that Rickert is the father of Chin,
まあそうだろうな
the great Chin
そうなの
ああいや
of the
確
Three
信とかない
Stooges.
よただ
やれやれでは
さくら
手応えはあったそうだだがヴィルヘルムも確信はないと
Once again,
あの出
I did say that Sakura was just sort of not final boss material because of her power level, but she managed to hold off Wilhelm for multiple hours, and she's probably not even dead, taking a full strike from Wilhelm, so that's impressive, man. She may not be Reinhardt levels of strong, but that's pretty good.
最後まで嫌な気持ちにさせてくれる
いずれに偽の6人目の王戦
待ってくれよクリス
敵のもこれらの立役者であ
The
る
leading
ケイを
role,
握らわ
that's
ず
true. Subaru, raising up everybody.
スバルちゃんと背筋を正して
Aw.
エミリアと
Daily reminder that in this timeline, the crash out never happened and the fight with Julius never happened, so Subaru is actually quite an impressive guy and has no humiliating defeats to his record, so
クルシさんの言う通りよ
nothing but upside. Nothing but upside.
他の人には簡単にできないクルシさんだけじゃだから
obviously still worrying, like what's happening with Betelgeuse and the White Whale. Where are they in the middle of all of this? But yeah, I guess we'll just ignore that.
ああ
私の友達
エミリアちゃん結構根に持つね
Women never let anything go, man. That's another unk tip. Unk tip. Be selective with your words. Lots of life tips from Unk in the stream, man. I hope the nephews are noting down the knowledge.
夏希くんフェリスさん
その
なんや
小さいことは
俺の小市民的なところを
エミリアさんとレムさんアナスタシアさんも
I mean, by defending, she used her mercenaries to beat up people that were brainwashed. I don't know if that would, once again, I don't know if that would go well with the general populace.
何人もの人
But
が
yeah.
暴れて危なかったと幸いうちのコアラ
My
は
team is
優
good
秀
at
や
what
か
they
ら
do. They were just beating up
夏希くん
civilians.
の
ああ違いねえよ
This part of the story is a bit ridiculous. I think this works better as a visual novel and not as an anime, because if you saw in the anime, like random civilians just having a schizo attack and being beaten up by Anastasia's mercenaries, that's a tough visual to defend, man. That's tough. Once again, I know it's what should be done, and I'm not saying that Emilia freezing them would be a better visual, a more marketable visual for the masses, but still, that's tough.
じゃあ
何気におなんだああ
見てたよ見てたからお兄さんにどうした
She's so excited for Subaru because she hasn't met Garfield yet. She hasn't met Best
店の
Bay.
中を走るのはいけない何なんだ
君かスバル
Kimi
じゃねえよなんでちょっとホッとしてんだよどうでもいいや
I love the
使って
voice
たから
actor so
か
much. He does such a good job, man.
どんな相手でもまんべんなく悔やめよ
耳
そう14歳面白くねえよ
ほらほらスバル
そうやってすぐ周りが甘やかすだから
お
わからない
私もできるだけ公平に接しようとしているのだ
At least he's honest. This is the most honest Julius has been.
てめえ
さすがに
うぜえできないけど
なぜ
もうスバルは
ち
夏希くんも昨日協力してくださったですからそうなそうな
まお嬢の言うお嬢とはまた
リカ
Oh,
ー
so
ド
if he's just checking on everybody that helped yesterday, then he's not going to check on Priscilla and Al
アナスタシア様
because they did nothing.
まあ付き合いも長い応戦が始まったらこれまで以上にユリレムさんもはい今しばらくはレムも顔をレムさん
お前のつら
残念だが応戦がお互い慣れて
うせえバックバックバック
He's so childish. Once again, I think this is a very good mix of like Subaru being perhaps a bit less of a not spoiled. Spoiled is not the word I'm looking for, but less of a brat than he was in Arc 3. But at the same time, he's still very much more immature and doesn't have all that character growth he had by Arc 4. So it's a bit of a mix, this Subaru.
バック
Bag. Bag.
ほんと
わからないなんかムカつくん
DNA でもアナスタシアさん
そうだ
はい
And we're going to meet up with Kadamon, I guess.
そういえば
ああ、あるあるちょ。
Yeah, there is a place like the Colosseum, man.
よう兄弟。こんなとこで奇遇。
そんなスッと出てくんなよお前の
おいおい。いきなり
Oh,
見た
we
目の
were
話とか
speaking
ひど
about
くね。
this in the
最
previous
低限
stream.
のエチケットってもんがあんだろ
I think this is already the same voice actor as Gilgamesh. I think this is already after the previous VA passed away, unfortunately. For those who are wondering, we spoke about Al's VA because I thought that his VA would be perfect for Vincent, who's coming in the later arcs. I won't spoil anything besides that, but yeah, he's voicing Al, which is a peculiar choice, but I guess it works. There's an interesting extra route ending taking place in the second playthrough after meeting Tiga. Easy to achieve. Okay, let's see if I have time and, you know, just presence of mind at 4 in the morning. Apocalypse Girls is great. Yeah, nice. Ifs are not really that important apart from Sasagero. Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, I didn't read Sasagero, but I read some of the spoilers. I think the story implications are crazy in that one. And, you know, Arc 9 is like my favorite arc, so I have to read the F story for that one. Wait, what? I read, you know, I read X4, where Julius has that whole mission where they go to Wallachia, but bust a drug cartel by cross-dressing. What the hell? Tape is wild. I like how, you know, in the side stories, he doesn't even try to hide that he's like a weird guy, and I love him for it.
見た目いじっていいのは
これジョークで
やれやれ手厳しいね。ま、俺たちは途中抜けし
We
てたし
bailed in the middle.
基本やしさすがに街中で騒ぎが姫さんが暴れ出したら
そうならずにす
ああ無事無事全然元気街の連中
俺たちがなんかしたってが
それでしかし兄弟と勝ち合った奴らも運がいや星が悪かったってもんだ
Yeah, their stars were bad.
星
シャレが効いてんだろ
ああシャレが効いて
Huh, how do you know?
ちょっと待て
His name came from
お前なんで
stars.
俺の名前が星って
なんじゃどこぞで見かけた道家とずいぶんと珍奇な挨拶じゃな昨日の
結構言ってくれやがるな
プリシラ何度も物見湯さんに耐えうるほど王ともさして面白いとはいえなけなしの収穫が
落ち着け落ち着け兄弟あれ姫さん
最後まで頑張れよ
ともあれよくぞ偽物を
Okay, praise from Priscilla. She does manage to be somewhat friendly sometimes.
想像のつかないものが
おいおい姫さんどうした
たわけわらわとて相応の働きすごく意外だけどそれなら王戦の行く末に関わる以上わらその場にいた当事者であるだがわらわはその場にいな
まさかとは思うけど
Interesting.
考えすぎだろこれは
Once again, I think this is very much Priscilla logic. She's a different type of cat, like the Americans say.
何を思い悩むか知らんがわらわのねぎれ
ああ
なん
今聞き捨て
おかしこの世界はであれば王戦の再開はでもプリシラのすごいところ
エミリアタンが
I mean, Emilia does have a point. If Emilia had like 1/10 of the confidence of Priscilla, she would be just a normal person and not have all of those self-esteem issues.
そうじゃなくて王戦が始まれば単なるチリアクタと気にかけてもいなかったが少しは見るべき点もある調子に乗るでないせいぜいわらわを楽しませよそうね最後にはみんな笑ってられるように
I like Emilia and Priscilla's relationship so much. They're in total different wavelengths.
行くぞハル屋敷へ戻りシュルトに足を揉ませる
In a way, Emilia is a sort of personality type that Priscilla has a hard time dealing with for the same reason as Echidna. Emilia is just overly positive, man. She just sort of destroys all of your sarcasm, all of your barbs. She just destroys all of that by just being oblivious and kind.
たくんシュルトちゃんの役得だんじゃまたな兄弟ジョーちゃんた
嵐みたい
でも花エミリア様
いやつうかその
思いが
もう兄ちゃんたちか
The goat, Kadomon the goat. I'll be honest, if there's anything for me to take away from this game, in terms of like just overall Rezero characters, I really like Kadomon a lot more after this game, so that's just a pleasant surprise. I never expected Kadomon to have a character arc in this game. That's so funny. Not a character arc because his character didn't change necessarily, but I guess we just humanized him more. We saw more sides of him. I guess that's fair to say. That moment where he was going through the riot, just worried for his wife and child, I think that was very telling.
またおった勘違い
全部売れて
ほんと派手な格好の赤い美人がなんでかなり
派手な
それって
おまあ
お店
やるんだよな まあ商売上がったりってより
何も売ってやれなくて悪いな。今日
おっちゃんの店
ちょっぴり残念だけど、ご店主様には
そりゃわざわざ
Hey,
いろいろ言っちゃいたが何もねえのもなんだ。
that's super cute.
さすがじゃ
That's super
前借
cute.
り
いや金取るんか
You're charging me. No, but that's super cute. I like the theme of apples. Like we start with apples, we end with apples. That's so cute.
なんかここ通ると
そんなに
いやせいぜい3回だけども夜道を歩くのは
I'm in far more danger than Emily and Ram, that's true.
心配いりません。
それだと体は守ってもらえても男のプライドはズタズタに
そうですか。
そんな心配しなくてもだから感謝してるし頼りにしてる
I love, this is reminding me of a moment that I love from the novel. I found so funny. I can't remember if this is a spoiler or not, but either way it's not super relevant. Where the characters are running away, and at one point it's like Julius is picking somebody up, and then Emilia picks up Subaru, as in the man is picking up the women, but Subaru is being picked on by Emilia. That's so funny. Maybe it's not Emilia in that situation, it's another woman. I can't quite recall. Either way. I'm too sleepy to recall details like that, but that's a funny scene.
なんか違うお願いされてる気分
I like how Subaru has this dichotomy where he's super knightly and heroic, but at the same time, just an average dude and super pathetic.
仲良しさんね。まだあれから
This is the place in the anime where Emilia had that anime original scene with the spirits, very visually cool.
そう考えるともしかして俺と初対面の感覚が一致してる
Interesting. That's a fun thing to think about.
だけかな
Probably Reinhardt and Beatrice, yeah. Yeah, the shopkeeper might barely count, sure.
そう考えると途端に
ベアトリス様で、スバルはベアトリスと仲良しだもんね。
不安がこみいや
お、どうしたよ。
どうし僕と昨日は
フェルト先に LINE
So we're just going to meet with everybody, okay. This is quite a long epilogue even for a visual novel, not gonna lie.
いくら慣れてい
Maybe
る
it's
と
just
主張されて
because
も
I want to go to bed. This is just never ending. We're just going to talk with everybody.
だとしたらみんな
お前は強す
それでそれもこれもこいつが
申し訳あり
ラインハルトが謝ることないわ。
その気象を盗んだのがフェルトだから巡り巡
はあ、私がこいつ連れてこなきゃみんなあの黒女に殺
りでもそもそもエルザが盗品蔵来たのも
I mean, he does have a point, right?
今さら誰が悪いとかどうで
お前はた
私の話をお聞きする限り
貧民街にはあまり王都の
ここが更地になってんのもまったくフェルトちゃんただ姉ちゃんの考えで当たりだ
Oh, that's strangely nostalgic from Fel. She's usually much more of a pragmatic person. That's cool.
私は貧だからこっから抜け出すためそれがどういうわけか意味わか私は王都も騎士も貴族も貧民街
She's saying she hates the knights as she looks Reinhardt deep in the eyes.
だから全部それを私も姉ちゃんもフェルトちゃんと比べたら私のねけどやらなきゃそういうかけっこって姉ちゃんの言いたいことは
I feel like this is almost fast-tracking certain character interactions that we have much later in the novel. Because by this point in the story, obviously in the canon of this game, right, you have all of the royal candidates collaborating and talking with each other. So you have conversations that you only really have much later.
ああ当然だそれにだ姉ちゃんわかんねえか
No. How did Kadomon met his wife? No, I didn't read that. I do know that his wife is important, right? She's connected with she's the daughter of, oh my god, I'm forgetting his name, from X2, but yeah. Did you upgrade Al from bum status, or am I misremembering? What? Al? Bum status? What? No, never. Are you confusing him with another character? I love Al.
Are you maybe confusing him with Rowan? Or with Marcus? I never put Al at bum status. I mean, I said they didn't help in this game, but that's just objectively true. They didn't help at all. Oh yeah, Grim is the name I was looking for. Interesting, he was a mercenary. I mean, that explains the scar, right? And why he looks kind of strong, and why he likely knows Rom and all that stuff, why he's so well connected. That's super cool, man. Thank you for telling me. Actually, I'm surprised Grim doesn't have Grim and that whole side of the family don't have a bigger role in the novel up until this point. They're barely there. They're only in side story as far as I know. Which obviously I got a bit attached to Grim from reading X2 and reading about Wilhelm's past, so I was hoping that they appeared in the story in more prevalent fashion, and it just hasn't happened yet. Maybe it will. Who knows?
二人していい
僕も同感だよ。時にスバル。
ああ、それなら話はまと
話し合いの場には
そうか。オットーから聞いたけど、大活
とんでもない。僕の方、オットーはスバルの友人なんだろ。
Interesting. Reinhardt sees potential. Reinhardt knows ball.
ああ、貴重なツッコミ要員だからね。
Once again, I won't spoil anything for anime onlys, but there's so much I want to talk about here. This is so relevant for the current arc. Goddamn. I definitely have to make a stream for novel readers only.
あいつら
きっと大丈夫だ。
ああ、苦しさ。
何にせよ。今回は助かったよ、スバル。
お前が俺に
You're friends after all, no?
当然だよ。それに、こう言ってはなんだけど。
I think in this game, and it kind of surprised me, Reinhardt literally says to Subaru that they're friends,
この終わり方は
which,
望めなかったに違いない。
coming from him, was a bit, okay, this feels like a big moment.
それなら、俺の小賢しい頭と下手な口だから。また何かあったらよろしく頼む。
安心してほしい。
そっか。なら安心だ。困った時はいつでも俺を頼れよ、マイフレンド。
マイフレンド、OK。
ラインハルト。
そう。マイフレンドかな。
マイフレンド、nice. Reinhardt has perfect pronunciation after hearing it once. Such a talented young man. Or maybe this is just one of those other BS divine blessings, like the divine blessing of perfect verbal replication or something. I'm too excited. It seems like she's hitting on us, no? Oh, I can't sleep. I'm too excited. She's definitely hitting on us, guys. I didn't realize it was that type of game, but let's see. Subaru can be very poetic when he wants to. Most of the time he's a dork, but he has these moments that are like, damn, brother is spitting. Yes. She's definitely hitting on us. I feel like this is getting into a meta level now, where the game just is saying, oh, I'm sleepy, blah blah blah, bro, just let me go to bed, please. What is there to discuss? It's so funny. Americans in the chat are like, what's up, man? To me, it's like, what time is it for you guys? So if you're on the East Coast, it's 5 less hours, so it's 10 p.m. for you guys, if I'm not mistaken. And if you're on the West Coast, then it's less 8 hours, so it's I can't even math anymore, man. It's so less 3, it's midnight, less 5, it's 24 minus 5, that's 19, that's 7 p.m. Good lord, my brain is tired. That took so long to make such a simple calculation. What can I... Guys, is this a romance game all of a sudden? What can I do for you? It seems like this is when the naughty option pops up.
割と真面目な話。俺は使用人エミリアタンは欲がないって。でも俺をこれからもエミリアタンが健やかでこの10日間俺もみんな全力で。
In this timeline, this would be the perfect time for Subaru to ask Emilia to be her knight, officially, right? Because I think that if this timeline follows now the same timeline as Arc 3, the crash out at the castle just doesn't work quite as well, because Subaru has already proven that he's very capable, right? So it doesn't seem as embarrassing for just a servant boy to declare himself as Emilia's knight. And Emilia trusts him a lot more, right? Because he hasn't broken a promise yet or anything like that, so it's just... I think he should be her knight in a more formal fashion. Obviously, we still have the events of Arc 4 to replay, and obviously this timeline is completely non-canon, right? So, but just spitting. The thing that I do find strange, though, is Betelgeuse was introduced to the game and he just disappeared. He literally never appeared again. And the White Whale was sort of mentioned because there were points in the game where Subaru did ask Krush like what she needed all of those supplies for, which is the exact same storyline as in Arc 3, and even Russell was involved. But that also completely fell apart. We never mentioned the White Whale again. There was a part of me, a perverse part of me, that wanted to play the White Whale fight with these graphics just because I think it would be very, very funny. Even a White Whale in these graphics would be a lot better than that squirrel. I still can't believe the squirrel was a final boss, good lord. Oh shit, no, la 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 la. Sorry, I was making noise because last time Kadokawa copyright struck me because of the opening song, so I'll just try and skip this. If you guys aren't hearing the opening song, that's good. Really? I can't skip the credits? Oh well, then I guess I'll just talk to chat then while the credits roll. Whew. The Thug Trio do sometimes allude to being trained by Grimm. Yeah, I thought it was Grimm and Reinhardt. Reinhardt's actually a good trainer, which I find to be hilarious because generally speaking, like very strong characters, even in real life, very good athletes and whatnot, are not the best trainers. But turns out Reinhardt can just do everything, which is so funny. Yeah, Kamina, I think besides the characters, I think Tape will recycle or perhaps adapt and change some of the storylines from this game. I'm mainly looking at the Tiga storyline. Dude, if they adapted the squirrel into Arc 10, that would be so funny. But please, no, please, I'm loving Arc 10 so much. Please no squirrel, please no. Well, what a night. Yeah, Bubba, what a night. It's 3:42 for me. My wife told me to go to bed earlier than last time, and I said I will go before 4 in the morning. And as far as I know, it's still 18 minutes till 4 in the morning, so I'm still keeping my promise. Damn, even the credits take forever. Good lord, just... Guys, is it over? Oh god. It's not over then. Well, I guess I'll just speak about my current plans then for the channel and next pieces of content. So as Garkar already leaked very kindly, thank you very much. It seems that more chapters are coming soon, in which case next week, probably if I have the time, I will record the mega chapter review extravaganza. I will be recording reviews for all of the chapters that are available, so if they translate 4, I'll just review all 4 in a row. Besides that, next week is the final episode of the first score of Rezero Season 4, which I am incredibly excited for. I think it's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. I think it's going to be a very good episode. And after that, I said this in a previous stream, I want to keep the sort of Rezero train going because it's like the main type of content on my channel, but at the same time, I'm not entirely sure what to cover. Because I do want to read other stories. Namely, I want to finish the Overlord series because I've been doing that for ages and I still am yet to finish. So my plan is I'm going to do some more sort of adjacent Rezero content where I talk about things that don't necessarily fit a volume review or a chapter review or an episode review. And I'll just talk about things that are on my mind relating to Rezero, and hopefully that will be still the main through line of the channel where most of you guys are here for the Rezero content, right? And that will allow me to also have time to read other things and be able to finish other series, because while I love Rezero, it's not the only series that I love and want to read, right? So that's it as well. As far as next live streams, I'm thinking of maybe I'm going to check what you guys told me, if that sort of alternate ending is quick and how quick is it. I may be interested in getting that alternate ending, just because if it's quick, if it's like on day 1, if it's just a few hours of gameplay, then sure, why not, let's get it. Otherwise, I think I'm done with this game, possibly forever. For those who did not accompany, what's up, Grammar? You missed everything, man, but don't worry, I hope you slept well. It's important to sleep well when you work so much, man. If you work a physical job, it's important to sleep. So I lost my train of thought. Oh, right. So for those who missed the earlier streams, my plan is to just pretty much compile all of the stream footage and make a sort of video summarizing the lore and gameplay of this game. I will not be doing a stream highlights because it's just way too much editing time. It's just unattainable for me. It's just too much, man. Oh, wait, hold on. The game is not over yet. I will turn back the sound since I don't want Kadokawa to copyright strike me for the song. The song is gone now.
Subaru そいつはちょっと罰がわかってる逃げるってあ堂々とした
Interesting. Was this before or after?
いろいろごめんなさい私も鬼だけど
Yeah, they're also running away from Mother, like I mentioned, because just because they're free from Sakura doesn't mean they're free, right? Sakura is just a cog in the wheel.
俺だって逃げた経験は山ほどある逃げて逃げて逃げついいんじゃない逃げても逃げた先には後悔ばっかり
Very wholesome from Subaru, although their running situations are slightly different in context.
俺から言えるのはあ今今度はメルティのそれはどういう意味
メルなんだかわからないがお
前が言うなよ今さっき逃げてもいいって言って可愛い女の子と男じゃ違い
お兄ちゃん
Also, by the way, I think I'm just gonna save just in case something bad happens.
セーブしましたです
スバルさん私逃げて逃げてこれでもかって逃げて私にできることスバルさんも
I will meet you again in Arc 10.
困ったことがあったらバカな男をこき使うのははい
そこでメルを悪い道にす
だったらしっかり
Oh, they're so cute. They're literally so cute.
それじゃそっちこそ
大変じゃない道なんかねえよ好きなこと
靴は
うっせえな元気で
風邪ひくな
Aww. Very cute.
もう
ラインハルトか
Interesting. This is actually quite interesting from a story perspective. Reinhardt being a naughty boy, not putting the interests of the kingdom first. Interesting. Very naughty boy, Reinhardt.
それでいいと思うぜ。たまにはそんな感じで。なかなか難しいことだな。やりがいはある。そうかそう。俺たちが歩いてく。
Is this Sakura?
さくらさん、待っていました。
What? I thought she was going against Capella.
ある意味そうだ。
さすが。すっきりした。はい、そうです。
それが大きなスバルが動かしてくれた大勢のその結実。
私の本当ならしなくちゃいけない。さくらさん、私の魔眼を。お説教は。
I mean, are they trying to redeem her? What are we doing here?
でなじられて。あなたたちはお情けで勝って。さくらさん。
I don't like this.
さくらさんにはたくさんだけど、ひどいことなら。
Well, it's not on the same scale, is it, Melty? I know you're a softie just like Emilia, but there are, you know, limits to how soft you can be.
私は T だから。はい。あれだけ踏みどうして。さくいえ。これで。
プカ。
わかってるだ。
さく。俺は。
当然。
だが。俺は。
サルムちゃん。さく。
誰が来ても。
Interesting. Huh.
魔眼のある手でも。私とメルティちゃん大嫌い。私も。
Not sure how I feel about this, but yeah, I guess Sakura dying is for the best.
おやすみなさい。じゃあ、
随分と
ティーガの
いや、泣いていた。
I mean, if I were you, I would just go to Kararagi. It's the place of merchants. And if you want to use your eye for evil, you can make some cash in Kararagi, if you know what I mean.
お兄ちゃん、サルムも浮かれてるだけなのよさ。
そうか？
まあ、付き合い。あげるねえ、サル。
おう。
そんなポンポン入れ替わるのよ。
What, they're just switching now, okay.
知ったことか。この腰抜けと違って。
Okay, they're just switching now. That's even creepier, to be honest.
大丈夫だよ。メルたくさんいろいろあったよね。
I don't know, I think the sort of split personality thing happened because of Salam's weakness. Perhaps this means that Salam still has more character growth in the future. Obviously we know that he doesn't because the game is over, right? But I don't know, I would find it makes more sense if Wolf was just gone now because he's no longer needed. Not sure.
だから私たちはそれじゃあ最初の
ひとまず
また牽制困ります。
俺が子供の頃お世話に俺がメルに一目惚れして別れてからこう見えて俺は筆豆な
See, I told you, Kararagi. I mean,
カララギ
by process of elimination, right? They're not going back to Wallachia. Gusteko is not kind to spirits, let's put it that way. So they can only run to Kararagi, right?
箸が
そんなこと。
でもサルカララギか。
さあ俺も子供だって
だから俺たちはうまくやってるとこんなここで
He's giving the summary to Beatrice.
まずなんでそんな話をベティのところでしやがるかしら。
Yeah, I just got to that, man. I think I'm going to sleep all morning. Yeah, I probably won't, to be honest. I have to wake up early tomorrow. Is Tiga still the hat bastard or is he real? Well, Garkar. I will say, I for now, in my mind, I'll just separate them as different characters. I will still treat him as the hat bastard in my novel reviews, because he is a bastard and he wears a hat. But in this game, he's actually pretty wholesome. His storyline with Melty was actually my favorite in the game. I thought it was very, very well written, and perhaps even a glimpse of what Tape may have in store for Subaru and Emilia, because in this game in particular, I think Tiga is very Subaru coded and Melty is super Emilia coded. So I don't know, it was very, very wholesome, very, very cute, but I'll just treat them as different characters or different parallel universes or whatever, because yeah, the personalities seem a bit different, and circumstances as well seem a bit different from Tiga and Game Tiga. Yeah, Grammar, that one is the worst. It's very censored. I don't understand why they censor some things and not others. Like in the CGI, the fight scenes, they show blood, but then on the Melty operation, they showed no blood, which is just off-putting. Oh, one guy ruined it for everyone, though. Yeah, Garkar, I was thinking about that one. Yeah, the thing about Kusteko is that if it's like, you know, like we saw from Elsa's past, it's just cold, right? So might as well go to Kararagi. Should be a bit warmer, and you may meet the best wolf, best boy.
おお、でっかい声が出たな。さらっと受け流すんじゃ。そりゃお前決まってんだろ。いや、違う。気色は。ふんばらば。ああ、いいじゃん。ベティが寂しいとしたら、そうだね。そういうこと。
Daily reminder that I'm so sleepy. Daily reminder that Beatrice tried to kill Subaru in Arc 2. She literally threw him out of a window. But because it was a comedic gag, Subaru did not die. But let's think about that for a second.
そうだね。
そう、それ。この10日間で。
おやおや。
命まで怯え。
まあ、話は兄ちゃんから聞いたのよ。疲れてるだろうから、とっとと部屋で休んでるといいのよ。
Beatrice, what are you saying? Your Nietzsche and Puck was useless. Puck did nothing.
お前。
I mean, he did stop the flames at the end in the final battle, but still, it's just, come on, G. What's happening?
モテるオス。
パックに言われちゃか。
リアのことだから。君がリアと。
Thank you, Puck. Thanks, Dad.
どれがお父さんかね。
来たね。
It's like, I feel like I'm in a prison. It's like I want to leave, I want to go to sleep, but the game just doesn't end. The game just doesn't end, man. Why are we still yapping, man? Just let me go. I'm so sleepy, just let me go, man. Just let me go. We're yapping about nothing.
すごく。
ああ、よし。
おや、あなた、金兵衛。黙ってしまってどうされ当然。
ああ、そうだな。ただ。
です。
お前に感謝なんてか。
その金、改めて、私は
ご丁寧に俺の名前は夏木スバル。こちらにおわす王候補、エミリアタンの一の騎士。
First night.
これから訪れる観南神区。どんな障害も何のその。
Interesting.
とんでもないライバル。お互いの理想と。
Interesting.
俺はくじけない。俺は最後まで。
I mean, I know I just this completely contradicts what I was just saying, but this is actually pretty fire. Obviously, Subaru, Roswell wouldn't be here because he's a bastard. He would just leave them by himself, but yeah. So you can load your clear data from... Wait, hold on. Save clear data. You can load your clear data from... To transfer again? Yeah, save clear data. Yes, I want to save. Let's just save in the second slot. Just to be sure. Okay. Let's also save in the third slot. Just to be sure. Okay, is it done? Finally? We are done. Yes. We are done, guys, finally. It took a while. Back to the chat. His wife in real life. What the fuck? The credits roll like 20 minutes ago. That's what I was saying, Garkar. The game just won't let me sleep. Bring it on, oh inevitable fate. You have like 3 alternate routes available. The notable one is the Roswell ending. If you choose Roswell over Emilia, the game ends instantly. Okay, that seems strange. I would never do that. But yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I'll just spoil that for myself. I'm going to look up the endings. If any alternate ending is short enough to get, as in right at the beginning of the game, and if it seems interesting, I will stream it for you guys as well, so you guys get the complete experience, just like I did. But otherwise, I'm not going to platinum this game. Whatever achievements I have, I'll just keep them, and I don't care to get them all, and I certainly don't care to 100% this game. It's just, we got to the experience, it was nice, perhaps overly long for what it was. The gameplay wasn't the best, but yeah, I'll just solidify my thoughts and make a video more or less summarizing and reviewing Prophecy of the Throne. I can't promise you when that video is dropping, because I have over 20 hours of footage to go through, which is insane. But yeah, that video will be dropping in the next few months, is all I can say. So, besides that, as far as next stream goes, I will check if there are any cool alternate endings for me to get. Take 10 to 20 minutes. Okay, I'll check the alternate endings if I'm interested in getting any of them, and if I am, then I will get them on stream. Besides that, after this, I'm thinking of streaming like an actual game that's, you know, that has gameplay, which I know is a crazy thing after playing a visual novel. But I think I want to do something a bit more interactive, where I can actually interact more with the chat, and I'm not just reading walls of text on one side and the other, right? So I'm thinking of something simple to start with, and then we can go from there, also to see how I feel during these nightly streams. This is very much an ASMR stream because I'm just whispering, right? It's very much more chill vibe. I do want to make a stream during the afternoon just covering the current anime season and the previous anime season. Just more energetic, where I can actually, you know, speak like a normal human being and not whisper on the microphone. But for these nightly streams, I will pick a game and stream it and see how you guys like it, and also just as a personal sort of investigation for the channel, just to know how many people show up to a stream if I'm not streaming anything related to Rezero, which I'm also curious for. I hope at least one of you shows up, and you will be my only friend, my only parasocial friend in the stream, and that'll be a cool experience. But yeah, my dyslexia is fully kicking in, and I'm very, very sleepy. It's 4 AM for me. And thanks for streaming. It was fun to see somebody else play this. Yeah, Bugs was genuinely a good moment. I think Sakura and the Melty and Tiga storyline were genuinely good. Genuinely peak Rezero. Once again, I want to sort of marinate on this and just sort of consolidate my thoughts on a single video, but like overall impressions of the game. The villain was cool, not the squirrel, obviously. Sakura was cool. Tegan and Melty's storyline was cool. The game was perhaps overly long for what it was. It felt padded at times, especially because a lot of storylines led nowhere. Like, we had a bit of copy-paste from Arc 3, but like we said previously, there was no White Whale. Petalius just sort of came and went, so a bit strange how that whole thing was handled. The action sequences were extremely cringy. The gameplay was terrible. The squirrel was not it. The CGI was laughably bad. I think that this game could be better by cutting, like shaving off like 5 hours of content and just taking out the action sequences completely. Just make it like Danganronpa, or not Danganronpa, that's a bad example because that has many games as well. But just make it like Fate Stay Night. Just make it like a visual novel with just text, PNGs, and decision branches, and that's literally it. You don't really need anything else. I think the action sequences were totally lame and not needed, and the only action sequence that I somewhat enjoyed was the final one. All the other ones were just not super great. So for those of you that may have this game or may be thinking of buying this game, all I'll say is this. Me personally, I would never buy this at full price. If you see this at $60, I would personally not give $60 of your hard-earned money on this game. If you see it in a discount, I guess just if you liked what you saw on the stream, go buy it. But yeah, I'm not sure I would replay this after watching somebody else play it, so you do what you will. Squirrel will be the final boss that will kill Pandora. Yeah, I go to sleep too. Okay, man, so yeah, this is it for me. Be sure to tune in for the final episode review of the first core of Rezero Season 4. Banger episode incoming. Be sure to tune in for the chapter reviews. And I will schedule my next live stream whenever I have the time. I don't know what my next live stream will be. Once again, it may be, just finishing up some loose threads on Prophecy of the Throne, or maybe another game entirely. I'm personally thinking of just playing like a simple Pokemon game or something, just, you know, just something chill that also fits the time of the night that I'm streaming. Off 90% off on Steam. I mean, yeah, if it's 90% off on Steam, then I don't know. If you like Rezero a lot, if you're like an obsessed fan like I am, then sure, go get it. Otherwise, I would definitely not buy this at full price. Okay, so good night everybody. I hope you enjoyed the streams. It was a pleasure streaming with you. And for those of you who are up late like myself, let's all go to sleep. Ciao.